Hello? Cutie, you're here to lurk. Thank you for the lurk, man. Let me get you that shouty.
My arm's getting really fucking tired. Ugh. Oh no!
Did you lose?
I lost the end of the spatula.
Shit.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, where'd it go? Where's my spatula?
Uh-oh.
No, my spatula! Where'd it go? Where'd my spatula go? Where is it? Spatula! Where'd it go? Oh, I found it.
Yep.
I found it. Shit. Come here.
You lost it.
No, I found it.
Got it?
I got it. Hold on.
You want tongs?
Hold on, I can just shove it in there. I'm just gonna shove it back in. We'll figure it out. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. Can you go rinse that off for me? Thank you.
That's a great moment. I love it. So, more Phoenix Wright tonight. I need to grab the controllers because I had to charge them. But more Phoenix Wright tonight. I'm hoping to get to a certain point that I've been looking forward to since I started playing this game on stream. And we'll just see how far we get. I'm hoping to finish at least this first case, but I have no idea how long each section is at this point because I was totally lost in the story. When I was playing through, I wasn't like measuring how long each thing took so much because it had totally captured me by this point. I have water. Honestly, should have had more today, but that's neither here nor there. I'll drink more as we stream. And then let's I'm getting no audio from the capture card right now. There it is. Interesting, but I'll question it. Oh yeah, I also started a discussion thread in the Discord. So that here will have it on my mind. Really worn out today, apparently. I put a discussion thread on there for an idea I had relating to the stream. I wanted the community to weigh in as much as possible, just so, like, because I don't like being the one to make executive decisions on things. But anyway, game time. What are we doing? Okay, what I don't remember is how do I progress the game at this point? Yeah. Okay, she's not going to be useful at all. Is something wrong? Did Cat get your tongue or something? That photo leaves me with a distinctly indistinct feeling. In this case, I'm afraid my perspicacity has been left wanting. I think he's trying to say that he doesn't have any information. This man surrendered to the police, admitting he was masked to mask. Maybe so, but I'm not convinced that he's really behind the thefts. He is. He sounds pretty sure. Just look at his forehead. It's all in the shape of his mouth and eyes. This is the classic face of a thief. It is unmistakable. Is there anything that isn't unmistakable to you? This person is Zvari. A great ace detective. Am I correct? But I was the one asking you. Atme engages in pseudoscience that has been debunked to destroy him. This photo simply isn't enough information. I'm afraid I can't be absolutely certain. But the intelligence in those eyes indicates a man of deep wisdom and insight. Stop messing around, Nick, and just ask him already. But this guy's scary. This will surely be Mask the Mask's final heist. Last time I came close and managed to retrieve the stolen treasure. Mark my words, this criminal of humanity will be found guilty in due time. And then I, Luke Atme, ace detective, will dance with joy. I have no clue what you're blabbering about, but I guess I'll find out soon. Oh, him. Yes. Well, I saw him earlier. That wretched detective has let the thief slip through his fingers every single time. Wretched, huh? Now that I think about it, I wonder if they aren't working together. Huh? If you ask me, Luke Atme, I believe the two of them are co-conspirators. If Detective Gumshoe heard that, he'd probably cry. He is a surprisingly sensitive guy. Ah, the charming young lady responsible for security, Miss Andrews. Huh? You know her? Yes, well, I should. She was the person who hired me for this job. A very intelligent young woman. After all, she hired Detective Luke Atme, did she not? I'm not entirely convinced that was an intelligent move on her part. What about this person here? Mm-hmm. Ah, there's a cold breeze coming from this hearth. It seems you have fallen for my little deception. You see, this fireplace conceals a rather unexpected device. Yes, a high-tech air conditioner. Why would you put an air conditioner in there? In the summer, it acts as an air conditioner, and in the winter, it's a heater. Clever. That's quite a large portrait you have of yourself there. Yes, I wanted it to say to everyone who saw it, look at me, Luke Atme. With the model so fine, I knew the portrait would also be aesthetically pleasing. That's nice. Ah, so the music in this room is coming from here. Luke Atme Elegy, composed by Luke Atme. This lovely device is called a gramophone. In the days of yore, people listened to music on. Aha, that's just what I thought. I told you so, Nick. just thought of something. What if it's actually a hot chick under that costume? Forget about it. It's a guy. Trust me. Man, you're killing my buzz, dude. Oh, hey, talk about someone who has a one-track mind. Oh, what a cutie. Hey, Nick, what's the deal between you and this girl? Hey, that's my cousin. Her name is Pearl Faye. Pearl, huh? Too bad. Never date two girls with the same name. That's one rule I can't break. I think the fact that she was only 9 years old would break some rule somewhere. Wow, you're even cuter than the last time I saw you. Oh, really? Yeah, you look totally different than 2 years ago, don't you think, Nick? Maybe it's because we're always together, but she looks pretty much the same to me. Yeah, we already... You're 26 years old, right? Don't you think it's about time you had took a long, hard look at your life? Coming from a guy who can only brag about how many times he's been rejected, I find that kind of move. Even you could learn a few tricks from me, Nick. Yeah? Like what? My hair, for example, points up straight, right? But your hair, on the other hand, points backward. That's no good at all, man. It's defeatist. You gotta aim high for the stars. I can't find a good argument, a counter-argument to that. Mary, this is one of the treasures from Green Village. Be serious, Nick. You couldn't care less about mystic mumbo-jumbo stuff. Of course, Maya's a different story. Talk about your mixed messages. Desiree sure is cool. I love that whole motorcycle thing. The way she laughs to the face of death. I want to try it myself. I thought you only knew how to ride a bike. Hey, don't forget, Nick. That it's an electric bike. Electric? So young and already so lazy. Whatever happened to good old exercise? It's the real identity of Mask the Mask is... Run Delight, right? That's what Mr. Delight claims, but I'm not too convinced about something he said. Huh? About what? About the Sacred Urn. Didn't he sound a little vague on the subject? Yeah, now that you mention it, he said he had simply lost it, right? I have this distinct feeling that he's hiding something. I just know it. That Detective Anime, guy really surprised me. There was this certain something about the way he said sorry. Well, he did manage to get back the treasure that the mask guy stole last time, right? And he did it by himself, too. Yeah, I guess. That case has certainly made him famous. It looks like he does deserve to be called Ace Detective after all. Detective Gumshoe's on this case too, huh? He seems to show up during all of our cases. It can't be a coincidence. Maybe it's a sign that our fates are destined to be woven together for all time. Yeah, that'd be real Beauty and the Beast kind of fairy tale, wouldn't it? Okay. When we were here with Miss Andrews last night, the statue wasn't where it is now. Yeah, it was right next to the door, wasn't it? Well, if someone moved it, it was probably the criminal. Maybe he didn't like being watched by Miss Sagami while he stole the urn. Hey, cut it out. You're giving me the creeps with that kind of talk. Looks to me like it's been dry for several days. There's something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom of part of it is oddly shaped, and it's shockingly pink. I don't see how the color of paint is in any way important. A pathetic-looking wooden box. Ah! That's the box that had those secret urn in it. Don't touch it. There may be clues to the thieves' identity on it. I worked so hard to make that box. Huh? You made that poor excuse for a box, Maya? What's that supposed to mean? And I was so proud of it. Or Maya. Maybe it'd have been better if Mask the Mask had taken the box too. I'm really starting to like this thing. It's so cool looking. I'd like to strap it to my waist and walk around town like a samurai. Careful. Gumshoe will lock you up and throw away the key if you're caught. According to the computer data, someone did in fact go through those big doors last night, right? Yeah, I guess so. The shutter did go off once, you know? I wonder if that detective brought this camera in. Good question. Let's take a look at it. Huh? It says property of Lordly Taylor on it. So it's borrowed? Kind of strange for Ace Detective, don't you think? Our precious urn was right on the other side of these doors. Yeah, and according to the security camera data, someone was in there last night. What I'd like to do to him. What am I supposed to do? Just... That Desi is one awesome lady, alright. It's been a long time since I felt this way. I think I'm really in love this time. A long time, huh? Yeah, well, except for what I feel for you, Maya. He even knows what he said. The hell website? Oh, there we go. We did the psych blocks. Hey Larry, what about this? What? If you've got something to say, then say it already. How did I miss that one? Huh? A blackmail letter? You know anything about this? What? I don't know anything about Alexis, and that's the truth. Huh? What? I can't believe you do this to me. I thought you were my friend. $50,000? I don't have that kind of money. No. You don't understand. This blackmail letter was sent to Ron Delight. Oh, man, you scared me. I almost had a heart attack, you idiot. Wait, I'm the idiot? Man, I was totally confused because it says KB Security right on the envelope. Yeah. So what? That's where I've got a part-time job at KB Security. What? It sounds like I should really find out some more about this KB Security company. KB Security, the company in the blackmail letter. You know all about it? That's where I work, yeah. In fact, I'm on the job right now. Huh? So what are you doing here then? Well, the boss is away right now, and you know what mice do when the cat's away. Yes. Anyway, how far away is this company? Let me see, it's about 30 minutes by car, I guess. Well, if you fly down the road anyway. Well, this apartment building is pretty close to Lordly Taylor, right? It would take roughly an hour to go from here to KB Security and back. If Ron Delight was at KB Security when the robbery occurred, then... Whoa! And he couldn't have stolen the sacred urn. Hey Nick, your phone. Hello? Is this the right residence? Ah, Pearls. Where are you? I thought I'd go to Lordly Taylor to find some more clues, but I'm afraid I've gotten lost. What? Give me that phone, Nick. Riley, where are you right now? I was walking along and found myself in front of that person's office. These games are so silly. That person? Who? A person that doesn't like his age and always says Safari when he's excited. Look at me, ace detective. Okay, stay right there. We're coming to get you. Alright. I'm a little scared. Alright, let's go, Maya. Wait a second, Nick. What? That phone call just now. Sound like a real cutie. Another one of your, special friend. Say goodbye to Miss Delight for me, would you, Larry? Ah, Mr. Nick, Mr. Maya. Hurley. I never thought I'd see the two of you again. Those beautiful eyes. So is Mr. Ace Detective out of the office? Yes, when I arrived here, there wasn't a single soul in sight. Hey, Nick. Doesn't it look like something's changed since we were here last? Now that you mention it. This bag, I'm sure it wasn't here before. It looks quite full. I wonder what could be in here. Hey Nick, come on, open it up. Hey, wait a minute. We can't just open his private property. Don't be such a fuddy-duddy. This is an important investigation. That's true, and truth be told, I have to admit, I am kind of curious. Well, what's in there? Hang on a second, I'm taking it out now. Whatever it is, it feels kind of hard and smooth. Well, hello there. Nick! He's here. What are you doing, Sir Lawyer? I'm shocked to see a servant of the court ignoring the law so flagrantly. I'm really sorry. Maya made me do it. Nick, I can't believe you. A gentleman never uses a lady as an excuse for his own poor behavior. The real question is, can you afford to waste time lollygagging about here? What do you mean by that? Perhaps I should make myself more clear. Tomorrow's trial, shall we say, the figurative Sir William will be dropping his panties before lunchtime. Wow, Nick, it sounds like it's going to be really exciting. What's going to happen at the trial tomorrow that's so dramatic? You know what your biggest mistake so far has been, Sir Lawyer? It was becoming a lawyer in the first place. It certainly does sound like a big mistake, Mr. Nick. Tomorrow will be a day to remember. I, Luke Atme, will take the stand. And then, my testimony will prove to be the undoing of the lot of you. Yes, all of you. I will unmask you as the thief's co-conspirators. Conspirators? You're quick on the defensive, I see. However, it is not I that is your greatest enemy. There's a far more dangerous threat you will face during the trial. What are you talking about? Sir Lawyer, if you truly are who you say, I'm sure you've heard of him. His name is Godot. Godot? You have taken a step down the path of foolishness. You tried to defend a career criminal who deserves nothing less than the death penalty. Hey, last time I checked, no one knows for sure Mr. Delight is really Damask. My dear lady, times may change, but people, sadly, do not. Well, you will understand this when you are more mature. Who is this Godot person? It's not surprising that a spirit medium has not heard the name. Godot, the prosecutor whose equal cannot be found in this country, but in heaven. Godot, a legend or myth. Men pin a lifetime of hopes on the chance to simply meet him. Prosecutor Godot. But the best prosecutor in the country isn't Godot. It's Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't that right, Nick? It's no surprise that a spirit medium such as yourself would know nothing of this. But Ace Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth is currently traveling abroad. Huh? In fact, it was Mr. Edgeworth who acknowledged Godot as the best in this country. And do you agree with that? Well, certainly. In fact, you could call him the Luke Atme of the prosecutor's office. That's good to hear. The prosecution has a fine chance tomorrow. Mr. Nick, is this Skiddo really that strong? I seem to remember hearing about someone like that. Not surprising. Some people spend their entire lives idly waiting for his appearance. Waiting for Godot. It looks like we're done investigating for the day. The lawyer. The stage has been set, and all the pieces are finally in place. All that remains now is for the dance to begin. A new prosecutor, an ace detective, and a thief. This will be one tough trial. All right. What up? How's it going, Quail? Can we get a shout out for Quail, by the way? How you doing, man? Hey, Nick. Oh, God, what was that? What is it? Something wrong? But do you see all the crazy people? All the people here? It's crazy. And teleport. Excuse me.
Oh, man. That actually worked.
Oh, let's check out the mask glossy I bought. You bought this? Where? From the little tents in front of the courthouse. They have all sorts of things for sale. You know I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff. Doing alright, finished training at work finally? Nice. No. Do not go to the tents in front of the courthouse. Come on, I'm guilty. Throw the book at me. Who's screaming like that? Oh, Mr. Wright, you made it. Yeah, I did, but doesn't it look like things are going to get, it doesn't look like things are going to get any less ugly for you. Because I did it. I'm the criminal. Me. Does Pearl ever not talk with her hand over her mouth? You spent way too much time there. He's at it again. I sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor, I admit it. But you don't have the sacred urn, right? Well, that's true, but doesn't mean I didn't commit the crime. Normally when I say, of course you didn't, I'm being sarcastic, but you... Yikes. Anyway, I admit that I'm guilty. So make sure to give me a guilty verdict. Please? Well, there you are, Ronnie. Bonjour, sweetie. Oh, Izzy, honey. Bonjour. Well, actually, I don't really know why I should be speaking French to you at a time like this. Leave it all to me, Ronnie. I swear I'll protect you. You see... Actually, this thief is, me. Can I tell you something, Nicky boy? I can guarantee that my Ronnie is innocent. If he's declared guilty, I'll be ever so cross with you. Why are you smiling when you say it? 'Cause she's gonna murder ya. Run, Nick, run! Alright, enjoy your dinner, QT. Well, if you'll excuse me, I've got some errands that I need to take care of. I'm counting on you, Nicky boy. Good luck. To be honest, I really don't know whether Ron is masked the mask or not. There's only one thing I am sure of. He doesn't have the sacred urn right now. Mr. Delight, it's time for you to enter the courtroom. For the time being, I guess I'll have to trust Desiree. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Ron Delight. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Here he is. What about the prosecution? Are you prepared to? What a stupid question. What did you say? Fine. Let me ask you then, Your Honor. Are you ready? Are you ready to pass judgment? Well, no, I'm not. I will pass judgment after I hear arguments from both sides. Well, you're not ready yourself. You shouldn't expect others to be. That's a rule to live by. Your hair's way too much like Phoenix at the moment. Who are you? I am Godot. Legendary prosecutor. I've never lost a case. Ah, he's the one that Detective Amy was talking about. Yes, your reputation precedes you. What kind of cases have you dealt with so far? Huh, none. What did you say? I've never prosecuted a case before. Never? But you said you've never lost before. Exactly. I've never lost. I've never won before either. Quite. Quite arrogant for a beginner, aren't you? Even the mightiest of redwoods begin their lives as mere saplings. Yes, but a mask in a court of law? Don't you know anything? No matter the man, we all wear masks. Even on our faces, either on our faces or over our hearts. This guy is the real deal, all right, Nick. Why does it seem like all prosecutors are the real deal? So we finally meet Mr. Phoenix Wright. Nick, is he a friend of yours? No, I don't have any friends that call me Trite. Just who is this masked man? I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. Well then, Prosecutor Gabo. It's not Gabo, it's Godot, Your Honor. In any case, please give your opening statement. Opening statement? Those things are not fit for even dogs to consume. I have only one thing to say before we start. To you, Mr. Wright. Well, what is it? Are you familiar with the saying, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link? I wonder, how much can you withstand before you and your case break in two? Well then, let's hear from the first witness. I love him. My name is... No one has asked for your name, witness. The important thing is what you know. That's all. Start talking. We're listening. Yes, sir. All right. Witness, first, let's hear about what you know about the thief that stole the urn. Yes, sir. Mask the Mask is a master thief that first started his crime spree 6 months ago. He's so confident that he sends his calling card before he even commits the crime. This was his 5th heist, and as usual, he sent a card on to Lord the Tailor. His pattern is to always go after only the most precious art pieces. That's why we're sure it was Mask to Mask, sir. It fits his MO to a T. So then the actual identity of this Mask to Mask is... Mr. Godot, what are you? We're in the middle of a trial here, Mr. Godot. Blacker than the moonless night, hotter than, and more bitter than hell itself. That is coffee. I'm sure you can grant me at least this much, Your Honor. Oh, please, proceed. Very well. It's only coffee after all. What? You can't be letting him slide this early in the trial? Proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Well, Nick, what are you gonna do? As long as they haven't brought up Mr. Delight's identity, all we can do is show that it wasn't Mask to Mask who stole the urn. Have you been involved in the investigation from the beginning? Yep. Nobody knows more about the thief than me, pal. It's true. I'm a Zvari, author on thieves. An author? He's written books about thieves? I think he's meant to say authority. The fact that this guy can slip through even my fingers shows how good he is, pal. It's easy when those fingers happen to be Butterfingers. So nobody knows more about the thief than you, huh? You got it, pal. Except for maybe the thief's mom, that is. But isn't there someone who knows even more about him than the police? You don't mean Detective Zvari, do you? Who is this person? Zvari? He sounds German. His name is Luke Gaffney, sir. I guess I shouldn't have made up such a silly name for him. What the heck? I guess he's not all that famous after all. Anyway, it's true that he did manage to retrieve the last item the thief stole. Oh, I see. It seems you're not the expert you claim to be. It looks like the thief is toying with me even now. He's so confident that he sends his calling cards. Look. Have you seen all of these so-called calling cards? Of course I have, except the person in charge of the treasure exhibit never brought their card to the place. So I didn't see this one until after the crime occurred. That's because Detective Abney stopped Miss Andrews from taking it to the police. Was the calling card that Lord Lee Taylor received authentic? Well, all the cards have one common identifying feature, but we're not releasing the information to the general public. But you're absolutely certain that this card is real. Gumshoe can't say it out loud. I bet he's talking about the Mask to Mask. Talking about Mask to Mask's emblem. His fifth heist, and your fifth screw-up, huh? Objection, pal. That ain't fair. Maybe you should, you could say I screwed up, maybe you could say I screwed up 4 times. But this last time wasn't my fault. I didn't know about the calling card this time. You of all people shouldn't be chuckling about this, Detective Gumshoe. I just want everyone here in the courtroom to know something. If you ever get a calling card from this guy, don't call some stupid private eye. Call your local police right away. Got me? Wow, sounds like he's really got it in for Detective Adney. This, pattern? Art pieces, like what, for example? Well, his first target was the famous Tear of Amana. What's that? Some kind of, especially salty teardrop? No, sir. It's a blue diamond, a single rare diamond. Next was the crown of Bangora, you know, the thing you put on your head. After that was the left hand of Hades, and then the portrait of Megina, sir. Detective Atme retrieved the portrait of Megina and returned it to the museum. And then the target of his fifth and last robbery is the secret urn, right?
But isn't it difficult for him to dispose of such famous art pieces?
Well, we assume he must have some underworld connections. Somehow Mr. Delight doesn't look the type.
Yeah, he's a little too sunny to be hanging out in the underworld.
That's why we're sure it was mask to mask, sir. It fits his MO to a T.
Okay. What do you say when it fits it, or what do you mean when you say it fits his MO to a T? I was thinking of asking the same thing myself.
I wish you would listen a little more closely, pal. First of all, there's a calling card. We're 100% certain it's authentic. Then there's the fact that he seems to know all about the security system. And finally, his target was an art piece. These are all part of the thief's modus operandi.
And so, since this robbery seems to fit all those conditions...
That's right. It means that mask to mask is behind it.
Heck, it definitely looks like it was Mask to Mask who stole it.
But there's no evidence, no real evidence either way as to whether Ron Delight is mask to mask.
But...
Also, the urn hasn't turned up yet, let alone in connection to Mr. Delight himself.
Even so, we know that it was Mask to Mask that did it.
Maybe for the time being, I should try to show it wasn't the mask who did it.
How do I prove it wasn't mask to mask? It wasn't the most valuable piece. It had almost no value.
Can I ask you a little something, Detective Gumshoe?
Just hearing the little in that question is making me nervous.
You said that he always goes after the most precious art piece, right?
That's right, pal.
But there's one problem. That's not what he did in this case. The supposedly priceless urn doesn't exactly rise to the level of precious art.
What do you mean?
Heck, how can you say such a terrible thing?
No, I meant from a financial point of view. I mean, it wouldn't fetch a good price. Well, Prosecutor Godot, what is the value of that urn? Appraisers I spoke to said they couldn't attach a price to it. And I mean that in the worst sense. So in other words, it was not the kind of item that Mask to Mask would normally go after. If I understand you correctly, Mr. Wright, you're saying that the theft of the sacred urn was not a work of Mask to Mask. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Actually, all I did was point out the contradiction, but the argument made itself. Well, first of all, we need to get this issue cleared up. Was this last robbery the work of Mask to Mask or not? What do you have to say about this, Mr. Godot? This coffee here, my own special blend. I call it Godot 107. I'm trying to decide whether to cut down on the acidity or the bitterness. That's the only thing I've got on my mind right now. Mr. Trite. What? If you're really a man, you should clean up your own mess. Sorry, but I don't get what you mean. If you're saying the mask, it wasn't Mask to Mask that stole the urn. then it must be someone imitating Mask to Mask's methods. A fake. A fake Mask to Mask?
Fake mask to mask? Fake to mask? That sounds so ridiculous. I like it.
Now, before I decide on my coffee, I believe some proof is in order, Mr. Trite. Prove that the person who appeared at Lordly Taylor that night was actually a fake. Though I don't approve of Mr. Godot's behavior, his point is valid. Mr. Wright, we're waiting. Looks like I'm gonna have to prove it. I need proof that the person in Lordly Taylor that night was in fact fake the mask. What is this evidence supposed to prove? Well, it proves someone right here is a fake, alright. It proves that this lawyer is a fake. These prosecutors sure know how to twist a knife.
There's no time to be impressed. Think it over again. When he sold the urn, his photo was taken, right? Who knows? Maybe there's something on there that shows he's a fake.
Is she talking about the photograph we got from Atney? Are you ready yet, Mr. Okay, let's save here. Just in case. Are you ready yet, Mr. Wright? Looks like I'm gonna have to prove it. Okay, what am I looking for here? Costume's not quite right. The proof is right here. This looks like a photo taken by a security camera. But if you look closely, you'll notice something peculiar about it. Well then, why don't you go ahead and show us what it is? Go on, use this pointer and show us just what is peculiar about this. He's got the box? Yeah, because the box got left behind. It's right here, I think. Is that what is so peculiar? Ha. The place that you're pointing to is all wrong. Well, what do you mean? The only thing peculiar in this courtroom is the top of your head.
Nick, are you going to let him get away with making fun of your hair?
Yes, at least until I know he can't use his goggles to fry me or something. Well, anyway, this is strange. Still haven't given up. So, what is it then? It's right here, of course. You mean Mask the Mask? I have here a piece of reference I would like the court to take a look at.
Isn't that the publicity photo I bought this morning?
Problem I have with the security camera photo is the brooch on Mask the Mask's chest. A breach? Here? Bailiff, get my steed. We need to retreat at once. Brooch, Your Honor, is a sort of clasp for holding one's cape on. A clasp, eh? Ah, I see now.
But the mask in the security camera photo... he has no brooch.
That brooch is the same emblem on Mask the Mask's calling card and serves as a symbol. But the thief that broke into Lordly Taylor wasn't wearing a brooch. In other words, this Mask the Mask is a fake.
I've been fooled again!
Order. It's true. Undeniably true. Detective Gochu, how could you have overlooked this?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't know how I...
Hey now. If you're gonna have a pity party, invite me too. Mr. Godot, you deserve some blame in this too. How could you have overlooked such a large brooch? The brooch you're talking about. Do you mean this? That's Mask the Mask's brooch. Where did you find it? Well, I've always had a good nose for evidence. I got it at the crime scene. It was hidden in the shadow of a big female Buddha statue. Buddha statue? You must mean the Ami Faye statue.
What? Why didn't you tell me about that, sir?
I always put evidence away in my pocket. After all, it's the safest place for crucial evidence.
This guy is one cool customer.
It's a little early to be shaken up, isn't it, little lady? That friend of yours left pretty little hickeys on there, too. Hickeys? Figuratively speaking, of course. I'm referring to Rhonda Light's fingerprint.
What?
What? The defendant's fingerprints are on the brooch? Order. Order in the court. Mr. Godot, let's see that brooch. I've grown attached to my metallic girlfriend here. Take good care of her. It appears to have been torn off some clothing. There's a little bit of cloth left on the back. Obviously, there must have been a big struggle that night at the crime scene. Uh-oh. Phoenix, we have a problem. Mask the Mask's brooch added to the court record. You mess with Godot. And you get burned. He's been playing me like a violin. Well, Judge, I'm about ready to call my next witness.
Huh? You're done with me? But I haven't proved anything yet.
You've proven your own incompetence. That's good enough.
That doesn't sound good at all.
Bailiff, bring the next witness into the courtroom. Finally, time for the... Apparently, I triggered my Google Assistant. Finally, Time for the ace detective to make his appearance. Huh? One second is one drip of the coffee pot. Let's hurry up. Shh. Silent. Now I see. It's all becoming clear. What's clear? Tavari! The truth has once again been elegantly revealed to me. What we have here is a judge and a prosecutor. A coffee maniac at that. Am I correct? Well, yes, that's right. Not bad. Not bad at all. You're the first person that's ever been able to penetrate my secret veil. Well, sir prosecutor, let me introduce myself. My name is Luke Atme, ace detective and rising star illuminating the heavens. Boy, these two make a perfect pair. They'd either be best friends or they'd tear each other's heads off. I've heard that on the night of the crime, you were all alone on security detail. You have heard correctly. My specially made monocle is worth more than 100 Detective Gumshoes. If Detective Gumshoe was worth anything, that is. Why was this guy all by himself anyway? There must be some reason, I'm sure of it. Well then. Tell us, what is this special tell us what this special monocle of yours witnessed. It was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, just after the date changed. That's when my nemesis, the infamous Mask the Mask, dancingly descended upon me. Just as I began to turn, the coward struck a fierce blow upon my noble head. Darkness swallowed me before I could land a single strike. When I awoke, he was gone. 13 minutes later, I used an emergency phone to notify the police. Welcome back, QT. So you didn't get a clear look at the criminal. My specially made monocle never misses a thing. However, that is limited to things that fall within my visual range. Of course, that's only natural. I fail to see why the witness seems so proud of his performance that evening. Well, sir, old-timer, let me explain. We are not speaking of any ordinary thief, but of the king of thieves, the great Mask the Mask, my arch enemy. That is why my instincts and my years of experience. That is what my instincts and years of experience tell me. Very well. Proceed with the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. That was dinner, QT. Alright. So it was 1 o'clock. So that would be 1 o'clock in the morning of the 12th, correct? That's an impressive deduction, Sir Lawyer. You were on security duty that night. Where exactly were you at the time? Penetrating question. I was in the basement warehouse, near the computer. So then you weren't trying to remain hidden, I take it. Up to this point, I tried to remain concealed while waiting for the thief. Yeah, he said the same thing yesterday too. Gumshoe also said that they've never spotted the thief at the crime scenes before. Precisely. That is precisely why I chose not to hide last night. I knew that by not concealing myself, I would be putting pressure on the thief. Looks like the thief was the one applying pressure on your pigeony head, that is. In any case, that's when my nemesis, the infamous Mask the Mask, dancingly descended upon me. Dancingly descended? From where exactly? Well, from the entrance, I suppose. Where else? So, in actuality, he neither danced nor descended. Someone please save me. How is it exactly you didn't notice the thief? My eyes were looking for the thief's shadow, while my ears listened for his footfalls. But even so, the dastardly criminal managed to sneak up on me. It can only be due to his subtly camouflaged cape and soft-soled shoe. I hereby dub you Ace of Ducks. You didn't see the criminal's face when that happened? Well, that's the difficult part. How should I put it? I saw his mask. That's all I can recall. That's not very solid as far as testimony goes. However, fortunately I had my third monocle, the security camera at the ready. It captured his image perfectly. This should be sufficient, I believe. Well, as long as this photo is authentic, I don't see a problem here. Mr. Godot, do you have a problem with the photo? Good. Then let's continue with the testimony. Darkness. Attacked and knocked unconscious, and you weren't able to do a thing? That's certainly some very impressive detective work. Well, Sir Lawyer, have you ever been suddenly struck on the head? Huh? Well, actually, yes, by a fire extinguisher. And what happened? I was knocked out.
And you lost your memory, too.
You see? You have no right to look down on me, then, do you? The only reason I didn't lose my memory was because I have more brains to begin with. You may have brains, but the wiring to the self-reflection part seems to have been severed. In any case... There's my water. In any case, that's how I was knocked senseless. And then... About this 30 minutes. My silver cord was loosened and my soul fled to the golden halls of Elysium. I've seen Elysium, dude. I don't think you deserve to be there.
As usual, I have no idea what this guy is saying.
I think he's saying that he was out cold. So, what happened during these 30 minutes? He'd fit right in with these. Fair, yeah. No one can say, Your Honor. That span of time has truly vanished into the ether. Just what is he going on about?
There seems to be something suspicious about Detective Atme. How could he have not noticed when the thief came in?
Also, he says he was knocked unconscious before he could fight back. But that can't be right. It contradicts the evidence.
Huh? Which piece?
The real question is, why would he tell such an obvious lie? We were just provided with a piece of evidence that's useful here. Mr. Atme, could you take a look at this with that special monocle of yours? Aha! This belongs to the criminal mastermind, my arch nemesis, Mask the Mask. It is, in point of fact, Mask the Mask's brooch. It was found on the floor of the basement warehouse. I wonder how that happened. Elementary, my dear lawyer. Obviously, it wasn't glued on well enough. Not quite. It clearly shows signs of having been ripped off a piece of clothing. Ripped off? We can only deduce that the thief struggled with someone then. And the only thing I can think of... And there's only one person that was in a position to have struggled with the thief. The only person that was on security duty that night. You, Detective Atme. Detective Atme,
You must have fought with the thief that night. So, why did you lie in your testimony to the court? Witness, giving a false testimony is a serious crime. No. Wait, just a moment. Sir Oldtimer. Don't talk to me like I'm living in a nursing home. I just remembered, Your Honor. I was just confused because I've been dealing with so many cases lately. The true measure of man is in the amount of work he does. That's what I always say.
Nick, you can only handle one case at a time. Isn't that right?
You talk too much. Witness. So, are you now saying that you and the thief fought? Hold on. That's quite enough, Your Honor. Excuse me. Save the big questions for the testimony. That's one of my rules. Indeed. I understand. I, Luke Atry, agree completely. Indeed, it is true that I looked away from the door for a brief moment. However, Luke Atry cannot be so easily discombobulated. Unfortunately, the thief grabbed a weapon from the side and rendered me senseless. A true gentleman fights with only his fists, but they were not enough. His first blow struck true, bam, and that was all she wrote. So in the end, you did catch a glimpse of Mask to Mask. Correct. It was during his third crime that he struck me from behind. It seems that my memory has become a tad jumbled, so to speak. Well, that's certainly understandable. I myself always get confused about which testimony goes with which case. That can't be good. So why did you look away from the door anyway? In addition to the camera, I had prepared a variety of other sensors as well. The alarm on one of those had gone off, so I had to check the data. That's why I went to the computer. Elegantly, of course. So you were momentarily vulnerable when you were working on the computer? Good douche, should I ask him a question? What kind of sensors are you talking about? There are other places in the basement that someone could enter and exit from. There are air conditioner ducts, sewer pipes, and a cat door as well. I hooked up heat detecting infrared and ultraviolet sensors to each of them. A lot of hardware. Was it all yours? Lord Lee Taylor department store was kind enough to provide the monitoring hardware. Naturally, the security camera that took the photo belongs to them as well. In other words, he couldn't have rigged the equipment. Has that cleared up any doubts you had about me, Sir Lawyer? However, what does that mean? Discombobulated? Young people these days, they really irritate me. They allow perfectly good old words to die until everyone forgets what they mean. Sorry, but what exactly does it mean anyway? Now I forgot. What was I saying? Jeez, it's better than old people who forget what they were saying 5 seconds ago. Well, it looks like we've cleared that up. You can go on with your testimony. What do you mean by weapon from the side? Naturally, that thief had no idea that I, Luke Attorney, was hiding in that area. He grabbed the sword from the statue that was standing by the door to the warehouse. Sword? You mean the sword that was all twisted like a tree branch? Correct. Fortunately for me, the blade was not sharp. Okay, so he is talking about the Shichishida. So the thief armed himself with a sword. And what about yourself, witness?
You had that much faith in your own fighting abilities? But of course, in college I was the second in charge of the boxing club.
I'm sorry if I fail to find that appropriately impressive.
However, my opponent in the ring this time was my arch nemesis, Mask to Mask.
This guy's a real piece of work.
Can you tell us a little more about what happened? My opponent was both powerful and vicious. You might say he was powericious. Powericious? I assumed the atomy fighting stance, but a sudden flash of light blinded me. That, of course, was checkmate. My opponent had bested me. What do I need now? What was this flash of light that blinded you? I was bathed in golden light. It seemed to come from the statue of the woman. Statue of Ami Faye, I'm guessing. Well, that wasn't very much help at all. What do you think, what do you think, Nick? Well, there's one thing I'm absolutely sure of. Yeah? What is it? This look at me guy, he's definitely hiding something. Why? I think I'm starting to figure out what really happened that night. And about the true nature of this detective. What is the amplified sound? I'm sorry, but that's a trade secret. I really can't say any more. But I suppose I can tell you if I absolutely must. The main thing is to put your back to a wall. That way no one can get behind you. That's it? That's the at me fighting style?
Well, Mr. Wright, what about that testimony?
Of course it's important. We've learned the detective's secret technique after all.
Yes, indeed. I'll remember to use it if I ever take a walk alone late at night.
Why the heck is he eyeballing me like that? Creeping me out.
Now then, witness, we'll go ahead and add that secret information to your official testimony.
I went back to the wall, but the thief's blow landed upon my third eye. Detective at me. Your testimony is crumbling like a house of cards. What fun is this, sir lawyer? It truly is a pleasure to cross swords with you. And now, once again, you have thrown down the gauntlet at my armored feet. I believe this is what you said yesterday. No, the coward must have wormed his way through, somewhere besides the door. Then my arch nemesis struck me on the head from behind, with this gruesome item here.
From behind, huh?
But just now you testified that he struck you on the forehead. I hardly think you could forget where you were hit on the head. It seems I've made another mistake. Detective at me, that's not the only strange part of your testimony. What do you mean by that?
For example, the very fact that you hid the calling card for the police itself is strange. It's almost as if you were afraid were going to help with security. Geniuses such as myself have always been misunderstood. How sad. That's wrong.
To err is human, to forget, divine, or to forgive, divine. Humans aren't machines. They have souls, feeling. They live, they die, they love, they hate, and yes, they even make mistakes.
Hey, hold on. It's not as pretty as that.
Really? What's it like then? Always chase a riddle down to the end. That's one of my rules.
This is it. This might just be my chance to turn things around.
Mr. Wright, what is it exactly that you are asserting?
Very well, Your Honor. The defense asserts that the answer is simple. It's all clear to me now. Detective Luke Atmey's true identity is actually Mask the Mask.
Order. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
There are too many unnatural parts of Mr. Atmey's story. He was saying he was hiding at the crime scene, which is why no one ever saw him there. And then, in his last case, he manages to outperform Detective Gumshoe and the entire police force to miraculously retrieve the stolen treasure. That's because I analyzed the crime scene data and made an exquisitely elegant deduction. I picked up the clues that the police overlooked in order to arrive at a... Oh, please. The explanation is far simpler than that, Detective Atmey. The truth is that you are, in fact, Mask to Mask.
But Mr. Wright, this photo, it clearly shows Mask to Mask. This security camera belongs to Lordly Taylor Department Store. He shouldn't have been able to manipulate it.
He didn't need to manipulate it. He gained access to the warehouse under the pretense of providing security. And then he simply dressed up as the thief and stole the urn.
So the ace detective is actually an ace thief. Is this true, witness?
Aha!
Whoa!
The Mask's MO is pure genius, and so am I. Look at me, ace detective. You're very clever to have come to such a conclusion. I am impressed, Sir Lawyer.
What? Witness, you're admitting it?
Nick, now's your chance.
Yes, time to put the last nail in this guy's coffin. Detective Atmey, when you assumed the thief's identity...
Godot Blend number 102. My personal favorite. Mr. Godot.
The ace detective is actually an ace thief. I smell a best-selling novel. There's only one problem. It simply isn't true.
But Mr. Godot, Mr. Wright has made some very strong points, and I
will admit my opponent has woven a compelling narrative out of a whole plot. But it is in fact nothing more than a patchwork quilt, Mr. Trey. If this detective is really the thief, then show us the proof of your claim. But it had better be as hot and as perfect as the coffee dripping down your face.
Well, Mr. Wright, don't just stand there. This court would like to see this decisive proof you have. Quickly.
Huh? Oh, yes, of course. It's a big rush.
Are you alright, Nick?
Emmy looks pretty rattled right now. I'd like to finish this right now if I can, but can I really do it? The decisive evidence that proves Mr. Luke Emmy is in fact Mask to Mask has yet to be found. Proof? Of course, I've got nothing. Ha, just what I thought. A man has to hold his head up high, no matter how bad things get after all. I see. I thought perhaps you had some evidence to back up your assertion. This is no good. I've got to stay on the attack. I'll never get another chance to prove this guy is the thief.
Don't give up, Nick. Think harder and try again.
It's no good. I'm just not ready yet.
But are you going to just give up and let us lose this?
So you've come to your senses, have you, Sir Lawyer? I can't think of a counterattack at all. It seems the cloud of suspicion surrounding this witness has lifted. Mr. Godot, if you have anything further to add, then... Who are you? That doesn't really matter right now, does it? Mr. Light, what are you doing here?
Nicky boy, the thing you've been looking for. I think I found it.
You mean that bag?
No, not the bag. What's in the bag? Well,
that.
The sacred urn. Nick, it's the urn.
Order. You, madame. That urn. Where did you find it?
You'll never believe it. It was in the office of Mr. Fancy Pants Ace Detective, Luke Emmy. Oh, Desiree, you're the best.
Sacred urn updated in the court record. Well, how do you explain that one, Mr. Atney? Even you are going to have a hard time weaseling out of this one. Evidence law. Ha. Pathetic. Mr. Godot, do you have something you wish to say? Yes, Your Honor. It simply amazes me how quickly times change. In the old days, a man was to be taken at his word. It's truly sad. You are still denying that Mr. Atme was involved? Before casting aspersions at Detective Atme, consider the young lady here. Your name is Desiree. Desiree Delight. Is that correct?
Yes. What about it?
Ah, how charming. The lengths that a woman is willing to go to save her husband is truly inspiring.
What are you insinuating?
As the wife of the criminal, you could have discovered that stolen urn anywhere, including the office of the good detective here. So you found the urn. What does that prove? It certainly doesn't prove where the urn was before you found it.
What? I just brought it here from the detective's office.
Please, madam. This town is already filled to the brim with lies. Any more could only compound the tragedy we have been witness to.
You're wrong. I would never do such a thing.
Mr. Light,
please, Nicky boy, you've got to help me. Talk some sense into these people.
there must be some way. I've got to prove that urn was actually in Luke Atme's... was actually in the Atme Detective Agency. I can prove where the urn was by the fingerprints on it. Fingerprints, eh? Oh, come now. Now that you're really now you're really making me laugh, Sir Lawyer. Fingerprints indeed. May I go on? Good. Now,
It would be perfectly understandable if my fingerprints were on the urn. After all, it was I who was guarding the urn in the first place. In any case, I am always in the habit of wearing gloves, as you can see. Though, unfortunately, my fingerprints wouldn't be evidence of anything. What about it, Mr. Wright? This witness's fingerprints would mean nothing anyway.
Nick, what are you gonna do now?
I've come too far to turn back now. Atme must have brought the urn back to his office yesterday. And there, I'm sure someone must have left their fingerprints on it. The defense proposes that the fingerprints of this person should be on the urn.
My fingerprints.
So what is all this fuss anyway? What is all this fuss about fingerprints anyway? Mr. Atme, do you recall the events of yesterday?
Hey, Nick, come on, open it up.
Hey, wait a minute. We can't just open his private property.
Don't be such a fuddy-duddy. This is an important investigation. Well, what's in there?
Hang on a sec. I'm taking it out now. Whatever it is, it feels kind of hard and smooth. Well, hello there. It's true that I didn't get a chance to look in the bag at that time, but I did touch what was inside. Well, what? You touched it? And I remember it very well. It was smooth and hard. Well, that was just... Your Honor, I'd like the court to examine the fingerprints on that urn. If my fingerprints are on there, then it proves that the urn was in Detective Atme's office. Well, even if your fingerprints are on the urn, it still doesn't prove when they were put there, does it? Of course it does. What did you say? It's not what I say, but what Adrian Andrews, the person in charge of the exhibition, said.
I polished it until it was just about glowing. I thought maybe I could make it look more valuable.
If she polished it that much, she must have removed any and all fingerprints on it. And the only chance I had to get my fingerprints on it after that was yesterday at the Atme Detective Agency. This blend. Godot blend number 107. I've decided. It's a little too bitter after all. Order. I accept the defense's request. Bailiff, take this urn and... Wait a moment, Your Honor. There's no need for that. No need, you say? Precisely. I already know Mr. Wright's fingerprints are on the urn. What are you saying? Yes, I've finally broken him down. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown.
This guy is nuttier than a fruitcake.
You see, it was me all along. I am the one and only Mask to Mask. Bro, that face has gotta be some kind of nightmare fuel. I hope you enjoyed my little performance. Well, Mr. Godot, what's Mr. Atme's condition? He's still in the lobby, laughing insanely, Your Honor. I wish I could enjoy the joke as much as he seems to be. Well, it looks like the matter has been settled. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man, besmirching him with the title of thief.
Nick, you were right after all.
Yeah, I guess Mr. Delight really wasn't the thief. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight.
You're wrong, I tell you. You're wrong. Wrong, I tell you. I mean, not exactly wrong so much, but not exactly right is what I was really trying to say.
No, no, he's not. This can't be happening.
The thief, the sneaky, odious thief who's been stealing all the treasures. It's me. I'm him. I'm the one you want. I'm the thief, I tell you. So do it. Pronounce me guilty, please.
I don't know what kind of a kangaroo court you all think this is, but
The true identity of the thief has already been proven. Please hurry up and pass judge.
What are you talking about? I confess. I already confessed. I'm the thief, I tell you.
Mr. Godot, don't just stand there drinking coffee. Hey there, Mr. Thief.
Yes? Yes. Yes, sir?
If you're really a man, then clean up your own.
I'm sorry. I'm just afraid I don't have any idea what you mean.
If you are masked the man, then prove it. That's what it means.
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to. He says he'll be happy to, Nick.
It's kind of cute. He's 100% committed to his fantasy.
Good boy. Just remember one thing. A boy only gets one chance in his life to become a man.
I know that. I won't fail. I swear.
Okay then. Oh, we're all listening. Oh well. Let's all have a listen to this confession.
The truth is, I've been mask to mask all along. I mean, you can't prove that I'm not actually mask to mask, can you? I don't have an alibi for the night when the urn was stolen, after all. I donned my costume that night and dancingly descended upon the scene of the crime. Look, you can see right here, there in the photo. That's me. As for my brooch, I snagged it on the door handle and it got torn off. That's all.
I don't like the direction this trial has taken.
This is how every trial goes. At least with me, anyway.
Ah. You're doing great.
Stop it, Mr. Godot. You're embarrassing me.
Like I said, you're only getting one chance to testify, alright? But if you make it through with flying colors, I'll keep my promise to you. I'll make sure you stay locked up in prison as the one and only true Mask the Mask.
Thanks so much, Mr. Godot. I'll do my best.
Alright, Mr. Wright, I'm afraid it's time for the cross-examination.
You may think you're the real Mask to Mask, but your wife thinks you're delusional.
I haven't told Desi yet about my true identity, I mean. Believe me, I got my reasons.
With the way your room is decked out, how could she not know about it?
Even thieves have complicated family situations, I suppose.
What should I do? It sounds like we're getting sidetracked again. So why are you withholding the truth from your wife?
Well, first of all, I don't think she'd believe me anyway. And second, if there's one thing Desi absolutely detests, it's criminals.
If that's the case, then why did you ever start thieving to begin with?
Well, Desi's crazy about shopping. She's a real shopaholic. But she's the love of my life, Your Honor. I guess you could say I'm a Desi-aholic.
Aw. So you do have a complicated family situation after all.
All right, that's enough. Please continue with your testimony. I beg of you. I thought you were the one to be, were going to be the one to show us the proof. You know that you're the real Mask to Mask and not just some, you know, that you're the real Mask to Mask and not just some kind of obsessed fanboy.
Hey, no, that's not fair. Why do I have to do all the hard work anyway?
Maybe because you're the one making outrageous claims for a change.
Come on, Nick. You know that Mr. Delight couldn't have committed the crime. You're the one with the fancy law degree. It's time to put it to work already.
I need some kind of proof that wrong couldn't possibly be Mask to Mask. Well, I guess if you had that kind of proof,
we wouldn't still be here, would we?
for the time being, I may need to shift strategy. I should try to show that that Mr. Delight couldn't have stolen the urn.
Anyway,
I don't have an alibi. You've got no alibi? I've been a judge for a long time, and this is the first time I've ever heard a defendant brag about having no alibi.
but I tell you, I was in Lordly Taylor that night. No. That's too vague, even for me. I was, to be more precise, I was down in the basement warehouse.
Hold on.
What is it, Nick?
Where was Ron Delight when the crime happened anyway? If we can prove he had an alibi after all, this case will be a piece of cake.
Well, you're right, but...
Ah, you think you can prove that? Wake up and smell the coffee. Well, I think maybe I can. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence that shows the defendant has an alibi? I have the evidence. Or do you think I'm still some sort of third-rate rookie? Oh, I've never seen you this angry before. I'm not surprised. Anger is the last refuge of the pathetic. I thought I was more confident than angry. Well then, let's see this evidence already.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
How you doing, Indy?
Can we get a shout out for Indy, by the way?
Mr. Delight, I believe you've seen this before, correct?
Ah!
Whoa.
They're like under me or something. They're trying to build with metal to like protect themselves. Got him.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right.
That's...
What is it? A blackmail letter. That's what it looks like from the contents. But blackmail? According to this letter, at 1 o'clock in the morning, the night of the crime, Mr. Delight was ordered to go to the offices of KB Security. 1 o'clock in the morning? Correct. Which is around the time that the security photo was taken. So, if the defendant was at KB Security at 1 o'clock in the morning, then that proves he has a watertight alibi.
No!
Furthermore, considering the distance between Lordly Taylor and KB Security, it would have taken 30 minutes to get there by car. According to Larry, anyway. Well, Mr. Godot, do you have anything to say? Stop drinking that coffee. Come on, Mr. Thief. Don't let this guy beat you. Tell him why he's wrong.
You're the only one who calls me thief, Mr. Godot. Alright, I'll try. I'll do it. I will.
Trying to get ahead of the headaches. Must be the weather or something. Some coffee and fresh pipe. Nice. Well, not the headache part, but... Share a dark coffee jazz link. Are you thinking of? Is it a cover of Fragrance of Dark Coffee? It's a jazz cover. I'm trying to think of how you can get it on here because only mods are allowed to post links in the chat. Do I mod here? Good. Yeah, Salix gave a shout out. Salix, you mind if it gets DM'd to you? Okay. Oh yeah, Indy, are you on my Discord? Here. There you go. Goldfish brain when it comes to Discords. It's fine. There's a link right there. You'll be able to post it in there if you haven't joined already. But yeah, I totally get it. I have a bad memory for remembering where I've been and what I have access to. Okay. While we get that going, he's really got Mr. Delight all worked up. Because I absolutely do love his theme song so much, and any of its covers are fantastic. Yeah, he's like a kid at his first day of school. Mr. Wright, it's true I received that blackmail letter, but whether or not I actually went there is a whole different story, right? Oh, sorry if I'm sounding dramatic. I guess I don't know what I'm talking about. That was brilliant. Well, Mr. Wright, it looks like you need some more evidence after all. It's in music? Thank you. Go ahead and share it up. Six. This stupid kid. Now then, let's see your evidence. Demonstrate to this court that Mr. Delight actually went to KB security that night. And there's the link, if anyone wants to check it out. Mr. Delight, this wallet belongs to you, correct? Yes, it does. I had lost it somewhere. Mr. Wright, when you find a wallet, you should report it to the police right away. No, you don't understand. This is an important piece of evidence. Evidence? Mr. Delight, when did you first notice that you'd lost your wallet? And let's see. It was on the night of the crime. But I know I still had it when Desi and I went out for dinner. This wallet was found at approximately 1 a.m. at the KB security headquarters. What? Surely you're not serious. Yes, I am serious. This proves that Mr. Delight was in fact at KB security that night. Oh! This is indeed sad. Romanticists are blind to the reality that lies before them. Huh? What's that mean? Why did Mr. Delight drop his wallet at KB security? What purpose did it serve? Perhaps it was dropped by his wife to create a false alibi for her dear husband is dead. Don't think he's making content on YouTube anymore, but his jazz work is phenomenal, to be honest. I will absolutely have to check that out too. Sorry, but Mr. Delight probably dropped it himself when he went to use this. The key card at to KB Security's CEO office. CEO's office? What's wrong? No snappy comebacks? The fact is that Mr. Delight entered the CEO's office around 1 o'clock that night. Order, order, order. So when the theft of the urn occurred, the defendant was at KB's security. It looks like a perfect case for the defense. You may see it as a perfect case, Judge, but to me... Well, let's just say that my Godot blend number 107 impresses me a lot more. Well, what are you trying to say? You say the thief was being blackmailed by the CEO of a security company, but did you actually investigate this CEO at all? Huh? Well, no. I guess not. Accusing a man of blackmail with no proof? I'm not sure what I think of that. Not sure what I think of that. At least I know what I think of you. Good point. I'm not sure what I think of it myself. You claim that the defendant entered the CEO's office. But you will need at least one witness to corroborate your claim, Mr. Wright.
I think we're gonna have to track down the CEO guy.
No, we don't have to track down the CEO at all. What do you mean by that, Mr. Trite? There's someone else who can testify. This is the person who can testify that the key card was used at 1 a.m. that night. Who is this useless looking young man? You don't remember him, Your Honor? Not exactly. But just looking at his picture makes the bile start to rise in my throat.
Looks like he doesn't remember the case from 2 years ago.
He probably blocked out that memory on purpose. Anyway, this man was working as a guard at KB Security then. Oh. The question at hand is this key card.
Yep, that's the key card they use in the building, I work. According to the serial number, this one is for the CEO's office. You needed to get into that room every time you use the card. It leaves a record. Yeah, it tells you exactly who entered the room and when.
As you can see, there's no need to investigate the CEO of KB Security. We should be able to discover the truth simply by analyzing this keycard's data. Well, Mr. Godot, name of the CEO of KB Security is Kane Buller. Oh, that would explain the KB Security. I was unable to contact him directly, but I got the keycard data. Here. So what does it show? Each keycard has its own serial number, and they leave detailed records of their use. According to this data, this card was used at 1 a.m. on the morning of the crime. Keycard updated in the court record. But that means it can't be Mr. Delight dressed as Mask in this photo. It looks like you're right. 2 minutes isn't even enough time to brew a good cup of joe. So then... Ron Delight was clearly in the office of KB Security's CEO at the time of the crime. The prosecutor's office is ready to admit that fact. Therefore, it's impossible for the defendant to be masked to mask.
Good job! You did it, Nick!
That's enough. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man, besmirching him with the title of thief. What's wrong, Your Honor? I'm ready to pass judgment, but before I do that, do you have any further objections?
Hold it!
No, Your Honor.
Very well. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight,
Not guilty! Yay!
Court is now adjourned. Okay.
You did it. You were right after all. Actually, I'm a little bit ashamed of myself.
Nicky boy. Oh, Miss Delight. I knew you could do it. I believed in you all along, Nicky boy. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Ah, shucks. Thanks, Miss Delight. I just know I'm blushing.
Congratulations, Mr. Nick.
Oh, but Pearls. I got a bad feeling about this.
Who is this woman?
Oh, she's nobody. She's just,
You're blushing. How dare you do this in front of Mystic Maya? You should be ashamed of yourself.
Youch! She slapped me.
Pearly? This woman is Miss Desiree Delight. She's our client's wife. Mr. Nick!
Yes?
You're even worse than I thought. Going behind the back of your own client.
No.
I'll never forgive you.
Ow. A double slap.
Well, anyway, all's well that ends well, right? You've got the secret urn back and the thief has been caught.
You're so right. And
It's all thanks to Nicky Boy here. But actually, it was you, Miss Delight, that brought us our urn back. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Oh, please, you're embarrassing me. If we won the case, then why does this guy still look so glum?
But I am the thief. Actually, what's the point now?
What is it, honey?
I did my best for you, Ronnie. I know that, and I appreciate it, Desi. But the thing is...
Come on. Give the kid some time. He's just got a little touch of the blues. You know about feeling blue, right, amigo? Mr. Godot, what are you doing here? Oh, come on. I just came here to say thanks to my newest buddy. You, Mr. Trite. Maybe you should learn my name before you call me Buddy. Well, playtime is over. Huh? Early this morning, the body of Cain Bullard was discovered.
Cain Bullard? Where have I heard that name before? Isn't that the name of the CEO of KB Security? Wait, but body?
The estimated time of death was 1 a.m. on October 12th. 1 a.m. on October 12th? You don't mean... That's right, amigo. At the same time that a cheap little urn was being stolen, the CEO of KB Security was being murdered. So then, what are you doing here? Oh, come on, you figured it out already, haven't you, amigo? Or have you already forgotten about that piece of info I helped you out with today? Helped me out? What? On October 12th at 1 o'clock in the morning, Ron Delight was in the CEO's office, the scene of the murder. After getting that blackmail letter, he must have been imbrued with utter rage.
What are you saying? Imbrued with rage?
Come on, don't tell me you didn't know. Ron Delight was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard. An employee of KB Security. It looks like the alibi that saved him from being convicted as a thief is going to be the noose that gets him hanged. Kind of an anti-alibi.
No way!
He can't be the thief because he was at the murder scene when the murder occurred.
No,
That's a lie.
It can't be true. No. Oh. But I am a thief, I tell you.
Wrong Delight, you're going back to prison. Again. This time, the charge is much more serious. This time, you'll be tried for murder.
What?
This is impossible. I'm looking forward to another exciting showdown, Mr. Wright.
Dang, can't whistle right now.
You and I aren't through with each other yet. Surely he won't back down from a challenge. You've never been a coward.
Mr. Dick, is there something personal between you two?
I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. At least let me have some fun while I'm here. This guy, who the heck is he? He may be quiet, but he's the most dangerous enemy I've ever faced. Well then, time to say goodbye, Mr. Delight. Somebody's gonna get shanked.
Nick, how could this be happening?
Right in front of our very eyes, our client has been arrested for murder. And the one who established his presence at the scene was me.
Yeah. Ronnie.
I don't even know how to go for that first exclamation mark. Or exclamation. Arrested for murder on the very same day he's declared innocent of larceny. What the heck's going to happen next? All right. Before we continue, I do have to do a work thing today. And then I also need to get some more water. So we're going to go to BRB really quick while I take care of all that. This game gets insane. Like, it's ridiculous. It's so crazy. Anyway, I'm going to go to BRB for like 5 minutes it should take, and then we'll get things going. Again, I just need water and to check a couple of things with work. So I'll be right back. Enjoy the clip reel.
This one.
You turn that down this instant.
No.
What? What? Do not stand at my grave and I am not there. I did not die.
No. There we go. Like, I know the solution is just hard to execute, and I'm okay with that. I'm surprised you weren't able to get down there with that amazing portal technology. It's pretty strange how those portal guns work. I mean, it combines the top scientific processes of our time. Portal guns contain a flux quantum generator which propels energy blasts, which with energy values of 4.23 gigawatts with an average speed of approximately 25 meters per second. The speed is most optimal because it allows the energy to be conserved while still maintaining a speed that is appropriate. The external plastic casing of the portal gun is constructed of a high polymer fireproof carbon fiber. This prevents the intense energy of the portal gun from burning the hands of the user. This intense energy causes intense heat. Oh, by the way, if you want an achievement, click here. I've heard that scientists still do not know what happens if two portals are placed on top of one another. The last time that was attempted, well, I'm sure you heard about that on the...
Hey boss, found you. Good. Hermes, at your service. Pleasure. You are the talk of Olympus. Normally I wouldn't get mixed up, but for you, I'll be making an exception. Now come on, we've both got places to be.
He actually speaks really fast. But it doesn't sound rushed.
Out of trouble.
Ooh.
Oh, hello, Mr. Spider.
Alright, you got some evidence. Oh, wait.
Okay, I think... Yes! Oh, god damn it.
Please continue your testimony. Okay. I was riding alongside my partner in the armored van, but suddenly spotted a bag on the side of the road.
We were supposed to be taking a break from Phoenix Wright. God damn it.
We didn't know there was someone hiding in there. Objection! So, the defendant crawled into that bag in order to break into the bank. Is that correct? Is it not obvious? Is it
And Joe Dark ran into my knife. He ran into my knife 17 times. He had it coming. Damon Gant, the killer was you. I fear him because I have to voice him, okay, Salix? And the only voice that makes sense for him is really meek and nasally, and it just hurts my voice so much. Uh-oh. Okay. Just spam buttons.
Is that damn wretched sneak?
Hypnos, really, that is the worst idea I think I've ever heard. Do you understand how little sense that makes?
I'm just saying, maybe if you just, I don't know, had all the mortals die at the same time, it'd save you a bunch of trips, and you'd have more time to spend together, huh?
Oh.
I don't know why I bother with you, honestly. Get back to work, and let me do the same.
Hypnos, yes.
Oh.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. We're on the highway to... But why didn't you tell me? Because we lie to children, Emma. That's what we do in this game. But also, how bad can Dionysus' really be? Don't answer that. Trilla? The puppet. The ventriloquist puppet. His real name is Triloquist. Ben? Triloquist? You were
going to propose. You, a puppet.
Don't be so obtuse. Just because I'm a puppet doesn't mean I can't love.
I guess you're right. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I couldn't propose to her too. Judge. Judge.
You would have exactly the same opinion as I have.
What opinion is that?
It's not funny.
He's not funny.
Can you believe the nerve on that one, Prince? He's nothing but a blowhard, so I simply tell him what he wants to hear. He can't stop me from helping you besides. I'm dead already. What's he going to do? It's all yours.
Cheers, mate. Something for the mirror.
So long for now.
What's he gonna do? Kill me? Okay, I didn't unmute the first time. Cool. So, you know, I was just thinking. I was saying that I would stream tomorrow. However, the Chack is hosting a kind of a murder mystery night in the Discord that he runs for his stream, and streaming the event as he and his partner for the night, I think Hamel Kid, yeah, Hamel Kid, are going to try and figure out who done it. I'm either going to do a shorter stream tomorrow, or and then just like start up after we finish, or maybe stream a different night, or maybe do what I've done for a few other things, where it's like shorter night, and then maybe one more shorter night. Because it's been a while since I've been able to hang out with everyone in that group, so I would really like to participate. But we'll see. Anyway, let's go ahead and hop back to the game. I shouldn't have to do anything else for work until stream is done. So, go ahead and nothing else I can do for work for the thing. Just saw something that's really gonna bug me. There's a specific way I'm supposed to do things with this task I've been working on. Okay, we're good. Okay, got game up. Now it's up on my screen. Cool. You know, I'm glad we found the urn and all, but poor Mr. Delight got arrested again. Well, supposedly Mr. Delight was in the CEO's office when the murder occurred. No way, Jose, I don't buy it. But the one who proved that Mr. Delight was there was Mr. Nick himself, at least from what I can understand. Looks like you did too good of a job this time, Nick. Well, how about we get started looking into the KB security murder? I think I'm gonna head back to Crane Village for a little while, if that's alright. Sure, but why? I want to bring the sacred urn back and have some people look at it. Oh, that's a good idea. I think I'll go with... No, Miss Ignoria, you should stay here. I want you two to spend some quality time together. Of love and happiness.
Oh, Pearls is so caught up in her fantasy she forgot there's a murder to solve. Secret urn given to Pearls. Now remember, no fighting, okay? She's gone. Okay, Nick, time to get this murder, get going on this murder investigation. So if she tries to shank Edgeworth for getting in the way, how's Francisco gonna handle this? That's a very good question. I already told you, it's not me. A sad and pitiful whine that tapers into silence. Sounds like they're interrogating Mr. Delight right now. Man, we don't have enough time as it is. Yeah, well, I guess the police are going crazy just like we are. Yesterday, they thought he was just a thief, but now they got a murder case on their hands. Guess you're right. That guard over there looks a bit on edge, too. Come on, we'll just have to come back later. Okay, let's go check out some other place, Nick. This guard monitors the visitor's room. It looks like he doesn't have much to do right now. I can't tell because he's looking at the camera and making funny faces. Or I can tell because he's looking at the camera and making funny faces. Like a real pro. Oh, Nicky boy. Maya. Miss Delight. All I wanted to do was help my dear Ronnie. Yeah, but I guess it ended up hurting his case. Don't say that, Nick. She doesn't need your help being herself up. Hey, Nicky boy, please, help Ronnie. He's not a killer, I swear. My Ronnie wouldn't hurt a fly. Alright, I'll poke around and see what I can find out. Really? Are you serious? Oh, I'm so happy. I knew asking you for your help was the right thing to do. I don't know what I can do to help anymore. I had no idea Miss Delight had such a vulnerable side. Listen carefully, Nicky boy. My Ronnie would never kill anyone. Try cutting back on your shopping? It's just not in him. I don't think he would either, Nick. Yeah, but you have to admit, he's got a bit of a temper to him. It's not that hard to imagine him just going, imagine him snapping and screaming, "Please die!" He would never say that. Anyway, Miss Delight, he might not be a killer, but he's still going around saying that he's a thief. I already told you, that's just a fantasy for him. Miss Delight, I hate to say it, but you're the one that's living in a fantasy world. What? How dare you say that to me, Nicky boy? I know everything about my Ronnie. We don't have any secrets between us. Ronnie isn't the thieving type. He's so honest that he wouldn't even sneak a nap. He's so honest that he wouldn't even steal a glance. A thief? Ha! The very idea. I guess I just don't get it. Huh? Get what? I just can't understand how they can be so different and yet such a happy couple. Yeah, they sure are different. Come on now, Nicky boy. It's not that mysterious, is it? It was love at first sight. For me, anyway. What? But for you? I hate these kinds of people more than anything. You mean ace detectives? No, I'm fine with ace detectives. Oh, so then you must mean thieves. No, they're alright too. I just hate thieves that pretend to be ace detectives. There's nothing I hate more than cowardly men. By the way, why did you go to Detective Atmey's office anyway? Well, as the trial went on, I started to get more and more anxious. I went there to try and find out more about the real criminal. The real criminal? Yes, obviously the real mask to mask is not my Ronnie, right?
Yeah? And Detective Annie knew more about Mask to Mask than anyone else. They mentioned him in the Great People Around Town TV segment on TV. So then you went there to ask him some questions. That's right, I'll do whatever it takes to save my man. His secretary said the ace detective isn't in right now, but I forced my way past her and into his hideout. I wouldn't exactly call that office of his hideout. The bag was sitting right there on top of the table. Oh yeah, we saw that bag there yesterday too. There's nothing lower than someone who would try to pin a crime on someone else. Mr. Light, do you know anything about KB security? Don't be silly, of course I do. That's where my Ronnie works. So she thinks he still works there, huh? And yet, according to what we heard today... Come on, don't tell me you didn't know. Ron DeLight was once an employee of KB Security. He was a professional security guard. Ron quit. He doesn't work there anymore. Looks like Mr. Light doesn't know. KB Security is only about 20 minutes away. By motorcycle, that is. Larry told me it takes 30 minutes by car. Oh, I have to admit, I tend to fly pretty fast on my bike. Make it to KB Security that fast? Are you sure you aren't literally flying? Why don't I give you a ride sometime? Or better yet, how about now? No. I'll pass. Thanks. Why don't you just tell us how to get, where it is and we'll go ourselves. What a scaredy cat you are, Nick. Miss Delight told us the location of KB Security. Okay, let's head over there right away, Nick. Love at first sight? So was it really love at first sight when you first met Delight? Well, maybe not at first sight, but Ronnie saved my life. Saved your life? I was at work one day when two robbers suddenly rushed in. Well, I'm not the kind to just curl into a little ball in the corner, so I fought back. Robbers? Yes, they took me hostage. I was so frightened. They were both carrying huge knives, and I broke down into tears. Yeah, I would too if that were the situation. Oh, I think I did it. I get it. Did Mr. Delight come running to save you? Yes, exactly. Remember, he looked so handsome in that guard uniform of his. He went right up to those two knife-wielding robbers and screamed in their faces. Please stop it! He screamed. I could see the robbers' faces turn pale. That high-pitched shriek of his does have a surprisingly strong effect on people. Then, crying and swinging his arms like crazy, he attacked the two robbers. All by himself. He came to save me, a total stranger, all by himself. He was so scared that he was crying and shaking, but he still risked his life for me. Wow, that's a great story. Yes, he may not look it, but in a tough situation, there's no one better. That's why I fell in love with him like I did. That's so romantic. I'd fall in love too, I guess. Nick, I hope you'll do the same for me if I ever get taken hostage. With Maya, that possibility always seems to loom in the not-too-distant future. Ooh. Oh boy. CEO's office. She was already taken hostage. Yeah, in the last game. So I guess this is where it all went down, huh? The walls in here look thick, just like you'd expect in a CEO's office. What's that got to do with anything? Hey, it's you guys. Oh, it's Detective Gumshoe. Today was a real train wreck for you guys, huh? Sure was, pal. That prosecutor made a real fool out of us. Yeah, I feel for you. Wow, that's not like you at all. I thought you'd be more like, oh, that was great. You guys got what you deserved, pal. Or something to that effect. Do I really sound like that to you, pal? If the gumshoe fits. Well, anyway. The point is, I can tell when someone puts their heart into their jobs. And I can sympathize when things don't go your way. Sometimes I feel like wrong is the only way for things to go for us detectives. Wow, I had no idea Detective Gumshoe was such a nice guy. Hello, Loopy. Actually,
Objection!
you can play that sound now. I believe I set it up as a command. Let's see, did I update sounds command? Yeah, it's on there as objection. We also have hold it and to be continued now. Thank you, Salix.
There's gonna be a lot of this. There's gonna be a lot of this when we stream for 25 hours straight.
Goodbye now, goodbye forever. Why? That was one of your charity streams, right? Anything for the kids, right? Yeah. Let's actually test it now. I don't think I've tested it yet.
Objection!
Yes! But yeah, if you guys haven't checked out Libby, you really should. Wonderful guy. And like I said, frequent charity streams for... Why can I never remember which charity it is, Loopy? It's Extra Life, right? Extra Life, okay. The problem is I associate so many charities with a similar cause because there are a few that are like really worth the attention, but Extra Life is one of the ones that I know the best, or know of the most. Hear about the most? Yeah. So many folks on this platform stream for so many great... Yeah, that's true. Anyway. Remember who is who either? Yeah. Well, and then some people also don't focus on any one charity. So, there's also that. Because, like, I did Trevor Project, but I'm also planning on doing something else in the near future. Maybe, Great Ocean Cleanup next, because our oceans are important too. But, yeah. Anyway, she had no idea Detective Gumshoe was so nice. Now, if this little love fest is over, maybe we can start investigating. Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know about the murder. Okay, but the thing is, I'm really not supposed to. Hey, come on, what about how we put our hearts into our work? Things are really working against us, right? Right now, and we need help. Okay, I'll tell you. Just don't start crying on me, okay, pal? Okay, I won't cry on you, pal. Yeah, how's your night going? The victim's name is Kane Bullard. He was the CEO of KB Security and a pretty big fella in his own right. His corpse was discovered at 9 this morning. His estimated time of death was 1 in the morning on October 12th. Cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, probably an object in this room. It happened at exactly the same time Mask to Mask was stealing the urn, huh? Autopsy report added to the court record. So, why did it take us almost an entire day to discover the body? There's a good explanation for that one. Bullard's body was stashed away inside that safe. Safe? Well, it is pretty big. Nobody had heard from him, and when they opened the safe this morning, out he came.
Oh, so the body fell out. That white string must be the shape of from when he fell out. I think we still need some information about Mr. Billy, or maybe you could start by getting the man's name right. Oh, Loopy. So are you still planning on doing that foot race across Azeroth? Even though you have to be Horde to do it, apparently. So, what happened to Mask to Mask? He's at the detention center screaming like a madman. Investigate me again, he keeps yelling. No. I didn't mean him. He's not the real thief anyway, right? Oh, you mean the detective, that detective at me? That was great. That guy got what he deserved. Now that's the detective I know and love. Think about it. Ammy was always around when calling cards showed up. But he always mysteriously disappeared when the heist took place. I was hiding at the crime scene. Yeah, right. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard. That's how you just knew he was a thief. That would explain how he was able to retrieve the stolen item he keeps bragging about. Yeah, he did that just to make himself look like a great detective, that's all. But there's this one thing I can't figure out about his first heist. His first heist? Yeah, the Tear of Amenon case. There was a witness on that one. A witness? Here, I saved the newspaper clipping. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys can keep it. Hey, this guard here. Haven't I seen him somewhere before? It's pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see, but now that she mentions it... Oh, that prosecutor. I really don't like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight? Yeah, I think he did it that way just because he knew it'd hurt more. That's what my gut tells me, anyway. So who is that Java-addicted masked maniac, anyway? Prosecutor Goodell? He's quite the enigma, huh? The thing is, pal, I never heard of the guy before. He just showed up one day at the prosecutor's office, came out of nowhere. That's right, he said this was his first case as a prosecutor. And it's true, according to the records anyway, but... No way he's an amateur. He's an Iceman in court, a maverick that gives me goosebumps. Goosebumps? You? Yeah, I knew something was off about him, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me. They all just turned the other way. Oh, Detective Gumshoe, I had no idea you were so unpopular. No, that's not what I meant. That Godot guy acts like he knows me and has a grudge against me. I get the feeling he's hiding some kind of dark secret. Dark like his coffee? Ew, think about it. That guy was lying in here all night. Yeah. Oh, by the way, don't bother asking about fingerprints. There were none. Well, somebody opened the safe on the night of the crime, right? Yeah, and so? Well, if Mr. Bullard's body was hidden in there, it must mean that it was opened by either the killer or the victim, right? Yeah, I guess so. I got some bad news for you, pal. Are you ready? Okay, shoot. Opening this baby is no piece of cake. There are only a few people who know how to open this safe, pal. Yeah, and? Everyone that knows how to open this safe had airtight alibis. I checked. Everyone except one, that is. I'm almost afraid to ask. Former security chief, Ron Delight. What? Ron Delight? He was security chief? Ron? So he knew how to open the safe, huh? Yeah, sorry for raining on your parade there, pal. Speaking of airtight, what if that safe was airtight? Wow, look at that huge frame photo. Tall mountains rising majestically against a dark and cloudy sky. There's a title written at the bottom of the photo. Oh man. The greatest sunrise of my life. This is it? This was his best sunrise? Either the guy didn't get out enough or he had really rotten luck with the weather. Maybe if he'd lived a little longer, he would have seen some better days. Oh, there's a button here. Let's see. Maya, why? Hey, cut it out. Don't press that. That was pretty funny. I never knew Detective Gumshoe could jump like that. What's that button anyway? It's an emergency buzzer. It says right there on the panel, pal. Oops, you're right. It's written right there. Nick, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first? This alarm's connected to the basement guard room. It's used to summon security up here. Really? Then it's possible the night of the crime. Oh, so when the CEO was attacked? Or do you think that maybe he pressed the buzzer? Yeah, I thought about that, so I asked around out there. But they said the buzzer never went off that night. Also, we couldn't find any fingerprints on the buzzer. Mr. Bullard wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way, just so you know. I think we'd better go talk to that guard about this emergency buzzer. Must be the CEO's desk. It's a lot simpler than I would have thought. Hey, that looks like a super soft chair. Let me try it out, just for a second. Ooh, nice. I feel just like a CEO. Hey, you, whip me up a cup of some really expensive import tea and some scones. Move it. Ah, this is the life. The victim sat in that chair just before he was brutally killed, you know? Eek! Well, Maya, what did you expect? These books these look like some kind of bookshelf rolling cabinet hybrid. Oh, I can't get between these two shelves. Don't strain yourself trying. It looks like the bookshelves are controlled by a special panel. So I guess it's one shelf at a time, huh? Looks like they're filled with a bunch of files. Yeah, files filled with data about security jobs they were hired to handle. It'd be a good night's reading if you got insomnia. I was hoping for something a bit more exciting, like UFOs or something. Looks like we got a file out here. Check out this big, thick binder here. Thick. Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick. Reading a file isn't exactly back-breaking work, just a little hard on the eyes. What did you find out, Nick? This file, it's not about any sort of security operations or anything. This huge file is all about Mask to Mask. It's filled with info on him. What? What kind of info? It's filled with incredibly detailed information about his methods and the crime scenes. Hey, Nick, look at the last page. It's a list. Let's see. Tier of Emanon, 100,000. This looks like a list of all the treasures that Mask to Mask stole. So then the 100,000 is the value of the items of the stolen item? I don't know. That number sounds kind of low to me. I think I'd better secretly make a copy of this list. This robe. You think it fell out of the safe when it was open? I don't think so. So you mean... Yeah, I think this string shows where and how the corpse was lying. You mean... The victim, he was killed by being crushed by the safe door? She can't be serious. Can she? Oh boy, how she can. Okay. I think we've done all the investigating we can here. October 13th, KV Security Guard Office. Wow, this is really something else. For a security guard office, it sure doesn't feel very secure. KV Security Guard. Uh-oh, I just remembered. Larry might be. Hey, Nick! What's up? So he is here. Yo, how's it hanging, dude? And you got my sweet little Maya with you, too. Hi, Larry. Here I was working my fingers to the bone, and in walks an angel. I've got no problems with a daytime date. It's all good. No, not what we're here for. We're investigating the Bullard murder case. Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's so hopelessly clueless. Well, if it's about the murder case, boy, have I got some good info for you. Really? What is it? Well, I don't mind sharing with my sweet little Maya, but Nick here's a different story. But Larry, I thought you two were old school buddies. That was then, and this is now. So what's this good info you were talking about, Larry? Hey, I'm a guard. A pro. I can't just give away information for free. You want a bribe? I thought professionals were, I don't know, more honest. Can you talk to him, Maya? Larry, tell us already. What's the good info? Hey, I like this. This kitten's got some claws. Okay, you really want to know? Yes, so tell me. Okay, so the thing is, Rod the Light was an employee here. Naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Follow me? Yes, you're a pro. I follow you. Go on. Well, 1 year ago, Rod the Light was fired. There's no warning at all. It just happened all of a sudden. I know this is a small company, but I think that was pretty awful. I guess he must have done something bad to have gotten fired like that. Like maybe skipping out of work to go pick up hot chicks or something. No, that's just you. So, what is it like to be a part-time security guard? Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me. I get by all right, I guess. First, I have to keep my eyes on these monitors all the time. Monitors? There are security cameras set in each room around the building. It's really hard. Sometimes I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out. Oh. And if I see something suspicious, I have to contact one of the teams. What teams? The security teams for this company. They're supposedly the best in this business. But I'm no amateur either, so if it's something small, I don't bother calling them. So in other words, you basically watch TV screens all day. You were in this office when the murder took place, weren't you? Well, why do you say that? This is just a part-time job for me. I can't operate the equipment, and I'm dumb. Even if this is part-time, and you are dumb, you're still in charge of security here. Hey, give me a break. Don't pin the whole thing on me. Not fair, Nick. Huh? I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility. Anyway, the point is you were here that night, right? You went on a date, didn't you? Oh no, I knew something smelled bad, and it was the butts after all. Well, it's like I always say, that was then and this is now. Okay. Looks like I'm going to have to break his psych locks after. Hey Larry, that's your jacket, isn't it? That's right. Did you know you hung it right on top of some kind of lever? Yeah, sure. I was told to never, ever touch that lever. She scowled and huffed at me. Something terrible will happen if you do. Got it, Greenhorn? So why'd you hang your jacket up on such an important lever? Because it got me curious. If the jacket's weight pulls the lever down, that's what they call an accident. Doesn't the suspense just kill you?
don't you want to know what'll happen? Huh? It's true, it's killing me too. What about you, Nick?
Yeah, but for a different reason. Something is written on this poster in fine print.
A guard's 5 commandments. Wow, this sounds serious. Let's see what it says. 1. Obey thy superior. 2. Respect thy superior. 3. Smile at thy superior. 4. Salute thy superior. 5. Buy donuts for thy superior on command. It's signed Wendy Oldbag, head supervisor.
She's one tough old bird, let me tell you. Cross her and you'll come face to face with her real genuine ray gun. Yeah, sounds scary, alright. Well, fortunately she's on vacation. That's why I'm so relaxed right now. Oh, thank God. That's my partner's seat.
Your partner?
Well, that's what I call her. She's my superior, actually. Kind of a weird old lady.
There's tea spilled all over that machine, you know?
Oh, don't worry about it. Just the other day, I spilled some chocolate milk on mine. It still works fine, more or less. They really know how to build them, I guess.
Wow, take a look at these things here. Hey, Larry, what are they?
Did you say, Hey man, it's not like I have to know what they are to do my job. I always thought there was just some kind of decoration or something.
Oh boy.
How did this guy ever get a job here anyway? No clues here. The screens there show what's going on all over the building. Everywhere. It's my job to keep a steady eye on them. All of them. I wouldn't sound so smug if I were you.
Can you watch regular TV on these too?
If anyone would sit here and watch TV instead of working, it's there. Hey Maya, I'm a pro, okay? Besides, you can't get regular TV on it. How do you know that, Larry? Because that was my first bit of investigation, if you know what I mean. I know what you're thinking. It was a professional investigation, alright? On the night of the crime, you were working hard like you were supposed to? Huh? What? Huh? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been? But you didn't sneak out of work didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Miss Delight? Ah, but how? That and this is this. That was that. This is this. Is there any chance you snuck out of work last night too? Never. I didn't sneak out. I'll tell you what. I'll even bet you $1. $1? Wow. Now that's confident. What's with that drenched in the rain puppy look on your face? Do you have evidence that I left my position, or are you just pulling my chain? Evidence that Larry was not manning a station when the murder happened is... I don't think we have that evidence yet. Hey Larry, there's something I want you to look at. Okay.
The Treasures of Corain exhibit is all ruined now.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, it's just so sad. This was our big chance for everyone to learn about spirit channeling.
Maybe I can cheer her up somehow. Well, now that we've got this sacred urn back, maybe they can reopen it?
Really?
Sure, maybe we can label it the Urn of Mask to Mask's Desires. That would probably attract a lot of attention.
Whoa! 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 That's brilliant, Nick. We could clean up and be filthy rich. Woohoo! Wow, that was surprisingly easy. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Miss Andrews, what's she still hanging around down here for? So, how's it going? What about the secret urn? The urn? Oh, that. It's been taken care of already. What do you mean, oh, that? Taken care of? Do you mean it's been found? Yes. It was brought in during the trial today. Wow, really? You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. It was Mask the Mask's wife that found it. Well, anyway, I'm so relieved. I just heard all about it on the news. So that detective was actually the thief all along. Looks that way right now. It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring the Mask to guard the treasures. Don't blame yourself. You were just doing your job. Hey, Nick. If she wants to apologize, you should let her. So, when was it you hired Detective Atme again? About 20 days ago. And that was when Mask to Mask's calling card. And that was when Mask to Mask's calling card arrived? It's about 10 days ago. So he sent the calling card to the very place he was hired to guard. I guess that's that then. Detective Atme must have really wanted the secret urn after all. I guess so. What? So, Mask to Mask murdered someone as well? Well, that's how things look right now. Yes, but I thought that he was here stealing the urn at the time. Well, we're talking about a criminal mastermind, so anything is possible. Nick, let's get down to business already. On the night of the theft, did you notice anything suspicious about Detective Atme? No, I couldn't have. After all, he was hidden the entire time. I never even caught a glimpse of him. He claims that he claims that's the way he always operates. That's just what he says so he can have an alibi while he commits the thefts himself. Yeah, he was caught in the crime scene photo dressed up as Mask to Mask pretty well. I'm so glad you got your sacred urn back. Yes, but there's still something that bothers me about it. What is it? I'm not exactly sure, but somehow the urn came back seems different. Really? You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Miss Andrews? No, I don't know anything. But why would I? Oh dear. Cyclops. What do you think this means, Nick? It means that the person that holds the secret to the mystery of the sacred urn is our very own Miss Andrews. Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. A fake? You're the one who said it wasn't the same. So that's the most obvious explanation.
I think I know. I definitely know what happened, but I don't know what the evidence is. Okay, so we don't have any evidence. Oh, this place is literally crawling with cops.
What did you expect? Now that they know he was actually masked to mask, this must be incredibly embarrassing for them, don't you think?
Yeah, I guess they're trying to make up for it by tearing the place apart. Hey, I just noticed. Gumshoe's nowhere to be seen.
Well, he is a homicide detective. He's probably working on the murder case.
But wasn't he in charge of the mask-to-mask investigation all the way up to yesterday?
Well, a murder case is a lot more exciting, isn't it? He'd say something like, "There's nothing like a good murder case, pal."
Points for the quality of the impression, but I'm not sure Gumshoe has bloodlust, Maya.
So about this.
Huh? What's that? Hey, wait a minute, Maya.
What's wrong?
We copied that data without permission. Don't show it to him. He might get mad at us.
Well, what are you two whispering about? Oh, it's nothing. Just my billfold.
That's a pretty thick billfold you got there, pal. Now I really want you to show it to me. I only got two ears and two eyes. I got 2 ears and 2 eyes, but I only got 1 brain.
You can see your eyes and the ears. The jury's still out on the brain thing.
Hey Nick, if you have something to say, just come out and say it.
This was his first heist, and I'm guessing I underestimated him. I was sure I was going to get him, so I was careless and lost the info on the witness.
By witness, you mean the guard in this photo?
Yeah, he and the detective worked together to try and catch Mask to Mask.
Given how mean and sassy Phoenix is, I can see why he and Edgeworth are such a good match.
But he got away anyway, huh?
That guard. I got a weird feeling that I've seen him around lately.
Excuse me, but would you take a look at this?
Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't the faintest idea. But I guess I just don't get out enough. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. This is proof that Ron Delight was here at the crime scene when the murder happened. His wallet and his key card, huh? I think we need to ask Mr. Delight about those two things. About this blackmail letter. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about it too, pal. Why would Kane Bullard have been blackmailing Ron Delight anyway? Well, Mr. Delight used to work at KB Security, right? But what was it that made him quit? Heck, that's it. Maybe it's the same reason he's being blackmailed. Well, I'm in the middle of investigating that right now. Oh, alright. Oh, whoops. That's right, because he was the real thief. He wanted to make it look like he was knocked out. So he bent it on purpose. I'd stake my reputation up. What kind of creep would ruin an antique for that? The thief in the photo taken by the security camera is missing his brooch. Yep, the thing is, there's no evidence that the photo was tampered with. It was definitely taken at 12:50. I just put all the pieces together for this. It was definitely taken at 12:58 p.m. or a.m. I turned the tables tables at the trial today with the mystery of this missing brooch. I wonder if there's something more to this missing piece of costume jewelry. The thief in the photo taken by the security camera is missing his brooch. Yep, the thing is, there's no evidence that the photo was tampered with. Uh-huh. Remember, don't tell anyone about that emblem, okay, pal? Does the thief ever send these to the police? No, always to the victim. Up until now, the victims have always come to us looking for help, though. That's not what happened this time, you mean? You got that right, pal. Listen up, if you guys ever want get one of these calling cards, I want you to come to us right away. Got me? Yeah, sure. I still got no idea why Master Mask would go after a broken old pot like this. I mean, this tasteful family heirloom. Good point. Why go after a worthless piece of junk like... I mean, worthless in a good way. I mean, this is a first for the guy. Hey, Adrian Andrews hired at me as security before calling the card even came. I wonder if that has anything to do with how things played out. Hey Larry, there's something I want you to look at.
Yep. Okay. So what do we do now?
Isn't it obvious? We should get out there and investigate the murder.
Well, first we need to find out exactly where KB Security is located. Okay, You must be relieved that we got the secret urn back, huh?
You bet. But there's something a little different about it.
No.
Me? This is pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, take a look at this. It clearly says I am, but on the urn in the poster.
The urn we got,
but the urn we got back says Ami, like it always used to.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Plus, the vase has pink splotches on it now. I'm sure they weren't there before.
Maya doesn't know, but 1 year ago, when the urn was broken, the repairer accidentally turned Mystic Ami's name into I am. And that repairer was one mechanically unskilled little pearl. But still, I don't remember ever seeing pink splashes on it.
Is it possible that the urn is a fake?
Sure, Pearls will find out about it once she gets back to Korean Village.
Yeah, I suppose.
Now that I think about it, Maya hasn't been back to Korean Village in a long time. So I guess people still go to Korean Village to do their training, right?
Yep, if you want to become a spirit medium, you need to undergo severe training.
So why haven't you been training lately, Maya?
Well, I've been thinking about heading to a channeling dojo to do just that.
A channeling dojo, huh? Sounds pretty serious, whatever that is. If you're going to train, you have to be serious. Otherwise, real tragedies can happen. Is that what happened last? Is what happened last year still bothering you? That murder in her village, it happened because the power of channeling was misused. When a medium uses the Korean technique, she temporarily loses her own will. So when an especially strong spirit is summoned, spirit medium can get taken over and even forced to commit terrible crimes. What's worse, in those cases, the spirit medium has no memory of what happened. That murder, it wasn't your fault, Maya. You know that, don't you?
I suppose not, but I guess I'm still a bit shaken up, that's all.
Sounds like being the master of brain is going to be a heavy responsibility. Oh boy, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. What am I missing? Wallet? This wallet. You know about this, right? But I've never seen it before. Liar, you hand-delivered this wallet to Mr. Light just yesterday. Give me a break. You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens. Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. What time was it when you found this wallet? I guess it was around 1 in the morning on the first floor of our company building. 1 o'clock in the morning? That's right. In other words, Larry, at the time of the murder, you were away from the security office. Ah! Yeah, but there's something you didn't think about. What's that? My shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. The murderer might have snuck in before that. What do you mean by that? If the murderer had snuck in before 10 p.m., then it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift it was before mine. Why do I have the feeling that he still doesn't get the seriousness of this? Listen up, Larry. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO's office after 1 p.m. during your shift. Larry, when you use this key card, does it leave a record? Yeah, it does, but I can't show the record to just anyone. That keycard data was already made public in the trial. What? I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info like that's supposed to go through me. Boy, does that sound a bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard. Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO's office was opened with this card. Furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 a.m., the time of the murder. No way. Yes, someone used this to get into the CEO's office. That happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime, right in the middle of your shift. Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time. Yeah, no. Poor Larry. He brought this on himself. Oh, I knew it. It's all my fault. My fault the boss was killed. Larry, there's nothing I can do. I have important issues to deal with too, man. What happened that night anyway? My Donna happened. Huh? Your Donna? I got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, my Donna called and said, I have to talk to you right away. So I went to see her and he was standing right there next to her. Who was? Her new boyfriend. It was just some horrible joke. Before I knew what was going on, the guy socked me right in the kisser. Normally, I'm the one that does the punching. Isn't that right, Maya? Yeah. So is that why you left the security guard office? I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. How can I ever make up for it, Nick? What can I do? What? He's curled up on the floor crying like a baby. Oh boy. Nick! Is there anything I can do? Anything. Just name it. I'll do whatever I have to make up for it. I swear I will. Larry? Hey, Nick. As long as he's offering, why don't you show him the evidence we got? He's right. Maybe we'll at least get one bit of useful information from him. Nick! He knows nothing.
The buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right?
That's right, just like my heart is connected to yours, Maya.
Huh?
Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. I promise I'll come running to your rescue like the professional guard I am.
Wow, that was pretty good.
Thanks, I try. Do you think you could tell us about the buzzer now?
Yes, please. Please tell us.
Okay, I guess so. Prepare to be wowed.
I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier.
Yeah, I heard it. So that was you, huh? You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? Well, this is the 3rd floor of the basement. CEO's office is on the 1st floor. I thought it would be a good idea to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary. It's as if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet.
Let's get back to talking about the night of the murder, okay? Is it true that the buzzer didn't go off that night?
There must be a record, right? You must have had a look at it, right? Of course I did. I couldn't possibly have made a and I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either.
Do you think you could take just one more look for me? Pretty please?
Oh, okay. I just can't say no to you, Maya.
Yeah, what do you think, Nick?
He's probably right. I don't think even Larry could.
What? What is it? What's wrong?
I made a mistake.
Huh? But how?
It can't be. It's impossible. Okay, enough already. What about the records? That night, it went off just once. In the morning, around 1 a.m.
1 a.m.? That's when the murder happened.
Really? Are you serious? That's terrible. It can't be. Buzzer record added to the court record. You guys have really made me reflect on the way I've been living. But the only problem is, with all this reflecting, where's the time for love? Frankly, I think reflecting is a bit overrated, you know?
What are you going on about, Larry?
Plus, do you honestly have any info on the buzzer record? Huh? The record? No. Nothing at all. This guy reflects about as much as a piece of black carpeting. Ooh. Oops. Okay. Much work for me, making cars, planning. I'd rather just pull a dine and dash at a burger joint.
Burgers? I love burgers too.
Really? Well, how about it? Want to go on a burger date tonight? At least pay for the food, because I'm not defending you again. So was this the card that was used by the culprit that night? Oh, it's going off the serial number then? Yeah. This card was used to open the CEO's office door at 1 in the morning.
client had this card, right? That's a no-brainer. He's a killer, man. Ah, that's the wallet I found.
You found it when you snuck out of work to get socked in the kisser, right?
I didn't sneak out of work to get sucked in the kisser. If only I'd been more responsible at work. I might have spotted the murderer on the monitor like I was supposed to.
Larry, you really do feel bad, don't you?
Yeah, well... maybe it's all for the best. I think it brought Desi and I closer. Just like they say, every cloud has a silver lining.
You gotta see that old water glass is half full, am I right?
Now he's starting to sound like the Larry I know.
Don't forget, Nick, half full. So what about this?
Huh? Maya, you shouldn't have. A love letter for me?
No. Sorry. This is a blackmail letter.
What? But how did you know about that, Maya?
What?
How much is Alexis demanding this time?
Huh? Who is this Alexis? Didn't we show him this letter yesterday too? I'm pretty sure we did.
I'm no thief, I would never.
I know what that is. That's one of those key cards from Ronnie's company. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've seen one.
Probably because Ron doesn't work there anymore.
And that's Ronnie's wallet. It was found at KB Security on the night of the murder. Ronnie and I went out to dinner early that evening. I'm sure he had his wallet with him then.
So it's true then. He must have dropped it at the crime scene.
Did you know about this? Oh, is that letter addressed to my Ronnie? Sorry, but I hate it when people poke their noses into other people's business. Looks like Miss Delight doesn't know about it, which means she has no idea that her husband was being blackmailed.
Oh, you know what? The CEO of our company. He was a pretty good guy.
Huh? Really?
Yeah, you bet. You know how I'm not very good about working hard, right?
Yeah. I kinda noticed.
Well, guess what the boss said to me about that?
I don't expect much.
I don't expect much work from you, Larry. In return, just don't expect much pay.
I see.
I guess he had to follow some kind of dumb law about having security here in the building.
So in order to pay the lowest wage possible, he went to the bottom of the barrel.
To be honest, I really looked up to the boss. If I ever grow up to be a CEO, I want to be just like him. And don't worry, Nick. I promise I'll hire you for security. I'm 25 now. It's about time I start giving some serious thought into my life. Good. That's the way it ought to be. What exactly are you thinking about, though? Well, you know, my future, my dreams.
Larry, when exactly does this future of yours start?
A man's life begins at 30. That's my theory, anyway. I figure I got another 5 years of guilt-free screw-ups before I have to buckle down.
Larry, I think... Forget it. We're just gonna have to have a nice long talk next time. Mm-hmm.
Oh, this guy, the detective, he was here before, drilling me with a ton of questions.
Really? Like, what did he ask?
Let's see. I can't remember.
Huh?
Well, you know, it was just a bunch of boring stuff. Poor detective knows you.
Okay.
Okay.
Detective Gumshoe, tell us more about Shane Bluebard. That's Kane Bullard, not Shane Bluebard, pal. Oh yeah, the victim in this case just doesn't make much of an impression on me.
Well, you were the victim until Mr. Bullard was found dead.
Yeah, his body wasn't discovered until this morning.
Anyway, we don't have enough information yet. Can you help us out?
Sorry, I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just blabbing like an idiot right now. Okay, Nick, now's your chance to get more information about the victim, so hurry up and ask.
The victim. Can you tell us something more about Mr. Bullard?
He was the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it anyway? Well, a company basically sends security teams to buildings to guard them. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets doing this kind of work.
Oh, and?
And I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber. Really? Me too. I just love money. I can't ever get enough.
Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting to my wallet.
Anyway, it looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions. Oh, so that's my problem. I need to be shiftier.
Let me go already.
Apparently, he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies. Oh, that's pretty dirty and underhanded. Yeah. Oh, KB Security used to head security operations against Mask to Mask. What? Really? Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive.
So it really was Bullard who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh? There we go.
Nah, Mr. Wright. Mr. Delight, did they finish their interrogation? Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore.
Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you?
Well, you see...
On the same night the sacred urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor department store, a blackmail letter you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. And then that's where CEO King Bullard was murdered. But there's only one Ron Delight, am I right? So the only question is, where were you that night? This time, I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it.
Okay.
Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you are masked to mask?
Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? That was a quick response.
Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating.
But listen, Mr. Delight. At the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we?
Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown.
I guess it's true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time.
So then the person dressed up as Mask to Mask in this photo,
it's gotta be Detective Abney.
So that night, you didn't go to Lordly Taylor, you went to KB Security, right?
Yes, I went to KB Security at the time the blackmail note should have said. I said I should. Alright, what happened next? Well, I used to work there, so I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used a keycard to unlock the door.
That's probably when he dropped his wallet.
When I went into the CEO's office, someone was in there.
Someone?
Then suddenly they bashed me over the head. Bam! Was it King Bullard that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. I thought I'd die myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body.
So that's why you put it in the safe?
Yes, that's right. I used to be chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Okay, and what did you do after that? Well, I got out of there for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in that building. So I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. Hey, all of a sudden, Mr. Delight sounds kind of like the murderer to me.
Please don't say that.
Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago, you were forced to quit KB Security? How did you... I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi. Please. Don't worry. We haven't told anyone yet. Thank goodness. No, but I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually. Why have you been hiding from her anyway? Desi would despise me if she ever found out I was living a life of crime. A criminal, a thief. She'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over. Knowing that, why did you become a thief in the first place? Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money, except being a thief. At least, that's what I thought anyway. So you became mask to mask for Desiree, huh? Hey, this is an article about my debut heist. Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. But Mask to Mask, he must have got, but Mask to Mask, he must have gotten away, right? It says in the article that he disappeared. That's right, I got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my mask and costume in a nearby plastic bucket. Then I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, eh? Wow, awesome. Hey, hold the phone. The guard in this photo is this you, Mr. Delight?
Jeez, I need to slow down a second.
Water. Give me water. That's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself.
Nice and easy to figure out. Even pros could see through that in a heartbeat.
But as you might expect, Detective Atme found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective.
Detective Atme found the Mask to Mask disguise? That's interesting.
Yes, and I heard he brought it home with him.
So that's it. That's when Emmy got his hands on this.
Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume. That must have been really time consuming, huh? Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first of the blackmail letters. Blackmail letters?
You got them starting when? Tell me more, now.
Hey, calm down. Don't get so worked up. This blackmail letter is the first one you got? No, of course not. But this is the first one that ever called me to a specific location.
So, did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident?
Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Eminon heist. The first letter, it said, "I know you did it." So someone found out your true identity? Just like that? It's not easy being a master thief, you know? I got proof that it was you, so give up. It went on to say. So in the end, I had to give up the treasure I went through all that purpose to steal. Or trouble to steal.
Hey, hang on a second. What do you mean you had to give it up?
Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box the letter specified, someone sent me 10,000.
No one said anything about me being worried, you know.
After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Plans?
Heist plans.
What are these plans you're talking about? They were instructions on how to steal a crown or painting or some other rare treasure? They showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods. So you mean the one who planned the heist wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. After that, I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. Sounds like Mr. Delight is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him.
So Ron the Light was mask to mask after all. But someone else is behind the thefts. Someone who planned out them all out in detail.
all I had to do was deposit the treasures I stole into the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail.
Could you try not to look so gleeful about it?
So you went after the sacred urn because of one of those plans too? Well, see, the truth is I'd never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions and steal what I was told to steal.
Mr. Delight, is everything you told me just told me the truth?
Yes, but please don't tell Desi, okay?
Ron's testimony added to the court record. Ron, before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask.
Yes? But please don't hurt me.
Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear that it wasn't you who killed him?
Yes, of course. I could never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did, so I turned myself in yesterday. Why? Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? I guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight.
I guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delight at his word.
Mystic Maya! Hey, really? I'm back.
Hey, Pearls. So what have you been up to this whole time?
Sacred Urn, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Crane Village to have it examined. And? What did you find out? Well, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn. Woo! That's really... I was really worried. But there's one small problem. Problem? These cute little splotches. They said that it's paint and they were put on the urn, recently.
Why are we talking about pink splotches again? What's the big deal?
What's the big deal? We've got to find out how they got there. That's the big deal. Yeah, Mr. Nick, we got to find out how they got there.
Okay. We'll go find out how they got there.
Please don't forget about me.
Move. Main exhibit hall. Down to the basement.
Oh, Pearl, how nice to see you. Hello there. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Well, actually, I was having this urn examined. Oh,
I see. Maybe if we take another good look at this urn, we can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here. This box, there's something about it that's bothering me.
That's the box the sacred urn was in. Looks like there's some paint on it too. And that's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn.
I think I know how the paint got on it now.
Alright, let's investigate again, Nick.
It looks to me like it's been dry for several days.
There's something suspicious about this paint mark. The bottom left part of it's shaped oddly and it's shocking pink. Mr. Nick, could it be that this odd shape is...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it.
Ah, that's the box the sacred urn was in.
If you look here, there's a bit of paint on this box as well.
Wow, you're right. Look, it matches. What is it, Mr. Nick?
This is all turning out exactly as I thought it would. I think it's all starting to become clear. We're that much closer to solving the mystery of what happened to the urn.
Okay. Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the secret urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. That's, true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be a fake. A fake? You're the one who said that it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Well, we have evidence that it's genuine because we know it's genuine. Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is a genuine article. Girls went back to Crane Village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how... What she discovered was that the urn had been broken again. Did you say again? Yes, it was broken once a year ago. And now, it looks like the same thing has happened. And quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that this urn was broken recently? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Oh, the article poster. Or the exhibit poster. This poster, it was made recently, right? Poster? Ah, the poster for the exhibit. At the time when this photo was taken, the urn said, "I am" on it. But now, for some reason, it says, "Ah, me." When the urn was fixed, the letters were transposed. Ah! I am? What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken. That was a mistake. Now, tell the truth. Huh? Well, wait. Or, even though the urn was broken, I had nothing to do with it. Huh? Yes, that's it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. They probably dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. Looks like she's not going to give up the last egg box, obviously. The only question is the order these things go in. Well, Miss Andrews? What's this mean? The urn has those pretty little pink paint splotches on it. And there's some on the box the urn was stored in, too. No matter how you look at it, the paint seems to be exactly the same, wouldn't you? So, what does that prove? The urn was dropped along with the box. That's when they both got the paint on them. Are you with me so far? Yes. The rest of the story is obvious. This box was dropped right here in Lord Lee Taylor's basement warehouse. If I can prove that, it means that the urn was broken here, too. So you can prove that? Can you prove that the box was dropped here in the basement warehouse? Yeah. I think you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yes, more or less. There's pink paint splattered on the floor and walls of this basement warehouse. But there's an odd shape imprinted into a part of the paint stain. Am I right? Yes. If you put this box into the impression on the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. Which means this box was dropped right over there. And that when the urn was broken... Oops. I'm so sorry. I was the one who broke the urn. Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher.
I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Well, that's not so hard to understand, is it, Pearly? No, not at all. I know just how she feels. It happened about 2 weeks ago, just after the poster photo was taken, on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I'd put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box. When I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance, the box I was carrying crashed to the ground. I heard a terrible noise and thought my heart was gonna stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box, and that's when it happened. The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint.
Oh, this poor woman.
I was in shock. I let out a huge scream.
This poor woman.
I can totally see how that could have happened.
Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands.
Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of the Korean village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big. And that's when the I am got changed to Ami? I didn't know how it was originally written.
And now she should be looking for her nearest unemployment office. Everything Andrews loves dies. I don't know, she brought this back to life.
But any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Ami. Any sane person? Really?
Yep, Pearls, you are batshit. Oh, Pearls. She said she wasn't very good at spelling.
Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom and no one has seen it since then.
Sacred urn updated in the court record.
But there's something I don't get. When we first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue to cover it.
The Ami face statue. Ah. The first time that we came down here, it was on the night that the sacred urn was stolen.
But Mr. Nick, there were no paint marks on the walls or floor of the warehouse when we were here. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime, around noon, that golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. And I realized this statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains.
Need to head to bed. Have a fantastic evening. Have a good night, QT. Thanks for joining. Can we get another shout out for QT before we continue?
And I'm super cool. 10 minutes and I'm pretty cool. 5 minutes and I'm eh.
Oh no.
I gotta set my chronometer. Alright. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That was the one chip challenge. Oh, that was a brutal night for me. I've been there for a lot of those moments, actually, now that I think about it. Wow.
That's why I put it where you first saw it. I see. Now it makes perfect sense. But there's still one thing I find strange. What is it, Pearl? The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. At that time, the statue had been moved, and the paint was clearly visible.
She's right about that.
Well, Miss Andrews? Huh? What? I don't know anything about that. I placed it here to cover up the paint. Why would I move it again? Well then, who was it?
On the day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then, on the next day, it was moved. But why? Abi Faye's golden statue updated in the court record. It looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case.
Well, why? Why do you think so, Nick?
Because that night, the real thief, Rhonda Light, was at KV's security. So then, why did another masked mask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact.
One undeniable fact?
The murder trial is starting tomorrow, but it looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. Oh, we've still got an hour that we can do. Making good progress on this trial, though. October 14th, 9:41 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4.
Hey, Nick!
What is it this time?
You won't believe how many people are here for the trial.
Well, it is a murder case.
What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door.
Next door?
Don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective Abby's trial today.
Detective Abby?
They say they're going to try Miss Mask to Mask.
Already? That was fast.
Boy, I'd love to see Mask to Mask's trial.
I know. By the way, where's Pearl?
Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore.
I know you don't like me. Pearl has really gotten into her training lately, huh?
Yeah, ever since that incident last year. Please don't ignore me. Oh, Mr. Delight, good morning. No one likes me. No one would notice me even if I killed someone. Oh, come on, don't be silly. Whoop, wait a second.
You don't mean you're the murderer.
No, I'm just a poor thief.
No, wait, that's not right.
Thief can't really be poor.
Now let's see, according to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending him to help him commit the heist.
Do you really think there's a connection between the thief and the murderer, Nick?
It's possible, but today's trial is a race against the clock.
Huh? How come? Let's just take our time like always.
I'm afraid that's not an option. Don't tell me Nick's already put it all together. I mean, I know because I've played this before, but... Court is now in session for the trial of Rhonda Light. Unless this game puts up a timer, you have all the time in the world. Video game logic. Oh. Gotta love it. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You're ready. Preparation is the last refuge of the weak. Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement, Mr. Godot. Yeah, he's got the judge in the palm of his hand, yet again. Ron Delight is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. Then you need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war, but that is exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right? Yes, well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case. Wow, the judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. The victim is Kane Bullard, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. However, the time of death was estimated as 1 a.m. the previous day. The judge is doing his job? No way. And that's when our little lost kitten dropped the ball. That little lost kitten is, of course, the defendant. Who replaced the judge with his doppelganger. Very well then. Mr. Godot, please call your first witness. I never drink more than 17 cups of coffee during any given trial, but the first one is always the best. Mr. Godot, your witness? Okay then, let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron Delight, has to say for himself. His witness is the mug. The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? It may be a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but... I remember when Mia was defending me. She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. Delight to testify. You've got guts, Try. All right then, Mr. Delight, please take the stand. You did it, didn't you?
Yes.
What? No. That's not true. For a moment there, I thought we'd set the record for the shortest trial ever.
Well, Mr. Delight already looks plenty guilty with that face he's making.
And once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin. Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did you go to KB Security?
Well, that's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home.
His uniform kind of looks like it belongs in the original Gundam. I'm just waiting for him to shout, Zeke Zeon! Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened. Right? It really does look like... oh, it also reminds me of, actually one of the people I haunt with. His costume.
That evening around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I'd been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was.
It is the classic big bad evil army officer uniform. It is also a... Hold on.
Shoot. I'll have to think about what it is later. Yeah, it's the shoulder thingies, but it's one of the clowns at the show I volunteer at wears a costume that has those exact same shoulder things. 1 a.m. The exact time the murder took place. The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. It's bitter today too, just like my destiny.
You'd never know from the way he's chugging it down.
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. You like the mask that guy has? Yeah, it's pretty cool. "1 a.m., huh? You're absolutely sure about that?"
Yeah, that's what my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. No. Actually, I'm not really sure what, really sure. My watch was slow, and my internal clock is also a bit...
1 a.m. That's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullard, was murdered, correct? It's too late for that coffee date, that's for sure.
The blackmail letter I got ordered me to go there.
It ordered you there?
It was the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere.
Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then? Why don't you save those for later, Mr. Delight? Guess I'll say more. Now, what should I do?
So what did the blackmail letter in question say? It said to bring 50,000.
Money, eh? A perfect motive for committing murder.
Oh, but wait. I never intended to pay that money anyway.
Oh, is that right?
After all, I had nothing to... he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of.
An important point indeed. Witness, let's have that added to your testimony.
Yes, sir.
A muddy mud skipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do.
Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway?
The blackmail letter said if you don't want your identity revealed, correct?
I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask-to-mask thing. I wasn't worried. Mr. Bullard didn't have anything on me.
He didn't?
Well, anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me. Just as long as Desi believes in me.
But that's why Miss Delight didn't believe he was mask-to-mask.
That's why I knew they were just hollow threats.
You used to be a security chief for KB Security, right?
Yes, that's right.
You? A security chief? You? And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge. A perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say?
This isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject. Mr. Delight, please tell us why you were fired from your job. Well,
the world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never said that, or asked that.
Okay, then I take it back.
Defendant, please answer the question.
I needed money.
You needed money?
Well, you see, Desi loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? My salary wasn't enough, so I stole data from the company.
Come again?
KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. And since I was security team chief...
You stole some data and sold it.
Mr. Bullard found out and I was fired immediately.
What? I wish I had never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it a secret and made it seem like I quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good.
Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that.
He sure told you.
No, I'm not. But my voice has also gotten really roughed up tonight, so it's getting a little deeper than I necessarily intended.
So, you admit that you stole data from your company, is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry.
This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony.
Oh man, this whole thing just took a big turn for the worse. Crashed and blew up. It's gonna take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of a disaster.
Why would you do something like that? Well, Rick does his hobby. What else? Wasting money, huh? It's not a waste. But Miss Delight doesn't know that her husband was fired, does she?
So it would seem.
I'm not sure what to think about couples who keep secrets like that from each other.
I can't believe it. This case has gotten even Maya to think seriously about couples. Please try to stay focused, Mr. Wright.
There wasn't much in his testimony, was there?
Sounds like he's avoiding something. At least, that's what it sounded like to me.
Uh-oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. You better be careful.
But what if we don't find a way to make him spill the beans? We'll never get closer to the truth.
Yeah.
What do we think? To the wiki.
Well, see, this part I don't really want to look up because there's actually a little bit of fun in it for me trying to suss it out. It's the investigation that was getting really, really frustrating. Have you tried looking in the vents? I understood that reference. Just what were you being blackmailed about anyway?
The blackmail letter said if you don't want your identity revealed, correct?
I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask to mask thing.
I'm afraid that reason isn't going to hold up anymore.
What do you mean?
The victim had no proof that the defendant was mask to mask, but you were the one who stole company secrets only 1 year earlier.
But that was all over once I was fired. But it is true, the fact that I stole secrets was kept under wraps. Even so, there was no reason for me to pay up now a whole year later.
Is that really true?
What is it, Nick?
The fact that Ron was stealing company data. I wonder if he would have had a problem if that ever became public knowledge.
Mr. Delight, I believe you would have been in considerable trouble if your identity as a company data thief was made public.
Mr. Wright, what are you trying to do by bullying your own client? Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow.
That's exactly right.
Well then, feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer amigo.
Little lawyer amigo?
Yes, now come on. Provide some evidence to back up your assertion. Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from going public?
Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday.
Huh?
What doesn't? I think you must have been scared, very scared, of having a certain person find out your secret.
A certain person?
Miss Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife. But listen to me. My Desi, she's...
Looks like if I just sit back and relax, the fun will be end before it truly begins.
Godot.
yes, we know. It was all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit, for which he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. And that is how this murder came about. No, everything's falling neatly in place for him. Don't talk about my Desi like that, or he'll be sorry. Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far.
What do you think, Nick?
I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Clearly, there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. A family man who cared just a little too much. The motive is clear. Let's move on. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now. Tell us. We're all ears.
When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Suddenly, I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. When I came to, Mr. Bullard was lying there, dead.
I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said that Mask the Mask struck him on the head from behind. Of course, since Amy turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. No one's gonna believe a pathetic lie like that.
What are you saying? I really was attacked.
We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Wright? Don't go easy on him just because he's your client. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Goodell. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. Who was this suspicious shadow?
If there were 1,000 of me, and I even... if there were 1,000 of me, and if even one knew, I'd tell you. Trust me. He's not dodging all... he's dodging all of our questions... Or his dodging all of our questions is not helping us win his case.
Okay, then how was the victim Mr. Bullard at that time?
What do you mean by how was he?
Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place.
That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright?
Forget it.
Suddenly I was hit on the head, on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there.
Oh. Your forehead?
Yes, I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was amazingly fast and an amazingly fast and powerful attack.
Do you remember anything about who hit you?
Well, like I said, it was fast and powerful hit. So I think I was a little dazed for a while. I don't think Mr. Delight even grasped what you were asking.
Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Maybe that would knock some sense back into him. That? Could you please clarify what you're referring to?
Why, my Mask the Mask costume, of course.
Well, wait just a moment. Mask the Mask?
Huh? Well, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Mask the Mask. And then I descended upon the office of CEO KV Security.
What?
Nick, did you know about this? You never told me this.
I don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either. Even I didn't know that. Seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets.
I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up until now. Wait, that's not right. You know how sometimes things just slip your mind?
My sixth cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony.
Why were you dressed up as Mask to Mask? Why? Because I'm Mask to Mask, of course.
Well, what are you talking about? Mask to Mask's trial is being held next door.
Yes, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Mask to Mask issue. So I thought I should go as him just to be safe.
Oh boy.
Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I'd expected.
Took a lot longer? What is he talking about? Let's press.
What do you mean by took a lot longer? Oh, opening the safe, of course. My cape got caught on the safe door, you see. This all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body.
What was that? Back up a second.
Yeah?
You were the one that hid the body in the safe?
Well, yeah.
Inconceivable. Why? Just why? What reason could you have? What were you thinking? Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. As usual, I have no idea what you're saying.
Do you mean that Mr. Delight hid the body because he's the murderer?
So you're not as stupid as you look.
His metaphor this time was really obscure.
Mr. Wright, you don't mean that you knew about this whole safe business, do you?
Well, yes.
Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh, looks like a storm front is moving in over the fair weather judge.
Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because I knew it wouldn't fit in a drawer. That's not exactly what I meant. When I saw the corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find this corpse, they'll think I did it.
I think you had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body. That certainly makes more sense.
Hold on. 10 minutes? What is it, Nick?
I just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it?
Under those circumstances? What circumstances? Oh! Hey, Nick, if you think his behavior was so strange, why don't you present some evidence that would just show what those circumstances were?
That's it. I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence.
Heard this from Mr. Delight yesterday, didn't we?
There's not much in this testimony either. I bet you he's still hiding something. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll just have to draw it out of him.
I just hope he doesn't make things any more complicated.
Yeah. Why did you do that if there was an alarm blaring? Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record? And what might this be? The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. And according to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m. What? If Mr. Delight truly was the murderer, he would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, the security guard would have been heading his way. Let's remember who we're dealing with here. He probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building. Up until 1 year ago, my client was working as chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them. But as it turns out, the guard never came. That was nothing more than a coincidence. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend and wasn't anywhere near the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known. Again, remember who we're dealing with here. It's a sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off. The buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is. Conscious? What do you mean by that? Ugh. Fine. Let's hear your theory. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Unconscious? So he fainted. That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded, and that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. So what are you trying to say? Mr. Delight was knocked out and the buzzer went off soon afterwards. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, that can only mean that there was another person in that room. That's right. Whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight, then pressed the buzzer. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, this is... This is preposterous. It was this kid. Ron Delight is the one who killed Kane Bullard. Then who pressed the buzzer? It was the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. So Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself. What is your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? I need to prove the real criminal, that the real criminal was there at the scene, but how? Say... There weren't fingerprints on that button. The defense's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for. The emergency buzzer? Is there some kind of clue on it? Absolutely not. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought into to what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. Now I'm the one who's clueless. This button has no fingerprints on it. If Mr. Bullard really pressed it himself, naturally he would have left his fingerprints behind. Ron Delight obviously wiped them off.
Why would he? A guard would have come in at any moment.
He touched that button. I know he did.
The defendant, Mr. Delight... Don't tell Salix the coffee was just wasted. The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Mask the Mask. And Mask the Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have to wipe the button for your fingerprints?
Order, order, order. Huh. So it would seem. I've been forced to eat crow.
I wonder what blend number crow flavored coffee is.
However, if the real killer was there at the scene, why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? God damn it, Nick. What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden? Ah, it looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks.
They're on to you, Nick.
Just give me a minute to collect my thoughts.
The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard around 1 a.m. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight, then sounded the buzzer. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed.
Security was supposed to respond. Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say.
Very well then.
Oh, you've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did he kill why did the real killer sound an emergency buzzer?
The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted.
Do you mean to say that the killer called the guard on purpose?
Yes. Although, as it turned out, he never showed up. Because he was getting his clock cleaned at the time.
Huh. What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in?
No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the 3rd person, the real killer.
Hypothetically, yes.
Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight. And if any security guards came running at that time, they would think I was the murderer. Yes, that's precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Ron Delight for the murder.
And there's the spit take. Order, order, order.
Salix. Can you really be mad at this coffee obsessed fiend for wasting a little bit of coffee?
It would seem. I've been made to eat my words once again.
Go get him. Yes, I can. Actually, you've been made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only Mask the Mask, so... Nick, you mean the real killer is?
We're going to drag that person in here right now.
But, who is it?
I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it.
The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity.
And they also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Roger Rabbit? I mean, Ron the Light, for the murder of Kane Bullard. Sorry, that was too good to pass up. Attack that man for wasting brown bean water. Detective Luke Atme. He's the only one who could have done it. Ace Detective. Luke Atme? You mean Mask to Mask did it? I refuse to look. Your Honor, the person being tried in the court next to us is not Mask to Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard. Order, order. Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime? They're not even close. Murder is the more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime subject to a capital punishment. Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke Atme confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as, well, Mask to Mask. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along. To be found guilty. Mask to Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordly Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Mask to Mask was Luke Atme's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi. A guilty verdict as an alibi. Yeah. Not that crazy, dude. You know, it's almost time. For what? For Luke Atme's verdict. It was a pretty simple trial, after all. If we're going to stop this trial and stall that one, we need to do it now. Of course, that is, assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Mr. Luke Atme's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and fail to provide adequate proof of his true crime, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal. Am I really so sure about this? A bet's only good when your life's the ante.
Mr. Wright, I believe in you.
Mr. Delight.
So, please, I'm begging you.
Thanks, but my decision will determine the rest of your life. Can I really risk your life like this? Phoenix. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice. It sounds like Mia. Use the Force, Phoenix. Let's go, Phoenix. Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. So that's your answer, huh? Very well, I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke Atme to the stand. Yes, Your Honor. October 14th, 11:58, District Court Room number 5. And we're actually
Oh, good God.
Well, Sir Detective Atme.
I'm gonna get him out of the way at this point. And then we'll call it a night. I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendidly.
Oh, no, Sir Detective Atme. You were the one who...
That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant, Luke Atme. Alright. So, let's save here. And I'm gonna figure out who we're rating. Shouldn't be too hard. I think there's plenty of people on right now. It was a busy night today. Let's see. We're rating the twins. It's been a while. I don't think we've actually used the raid message since the last time we raided them. So, we are going to be going over to the wonderful A1 twins. Twin brothers who stream. One's a firefighter, one's a magician. Both are fantastic individuals, and I would.
Alright, everyone not dead.
Demon.
Sound off.
Demon. First of all, thank you for the raid. Second of all, we're actually just about to raid out ourselves. How was the stream? Let's see. Yeah, it looks like he's going to be at it for a while, so at least our raid will be good. Welcome in. How is everyone doing from the Demon Pit? Welcome to the crypt. Oh, good. Just started playing a spooky game called Mortuary Assistant. You got it. Sweet. I'll have to check out the VOD because I want to see how you handled that one. I've been considering playing it on stream myself, but I'm kind of waiting until spooky season. Is it good? It made you jump a few times. Sweet. I'm really looking forward to that then. I might have to avoid spoilers just so it can get me. But yeah, thanks for the raid. Here. Salix, can you give me a shout out for Demon really quick? Yeah, it's hard to scare a haunter. And you in particular, like, not much phases you, so.
Fucking A, I should have never made that a point redemption. Alright, you ready?
No,
No, that wasn't good enough.
Yay,
wasn't
my
good.
ear holes.
No, that wasn't good either. What the fuck is going on here?
All right. So, I appreciate the raid, Demon. We are, in fact, going over to another group, but we'll just call it a double up raid. Same to you, man. So we are going over to, like I was saying, go get some sleep, Demon. But we are going to be going over to. You'll stay for the raid. Cool. So we're going over to the A1 Twins. Fantastic brothers. Fantastic stream. They're always about the kind of building people up thing, which I absolutely adore. So when we get over there, if you haven't already, you will be doing yourselves a favor by giving them a follow. Trust me, they're worth it. Drop those raid messages. Let me go ahead and drop that one more time for the raiders who might be joining us. And show some love, all right? I have no idea what's going on tomorrow. I'll probably post about it just so we have an idea. I might be doing a shorter stream just so I can join in and Jack's thing. Probably host up his stream, and then when I'm done there, I can just go live. So, until then, everyone have a wonderful day, take care of yourselves, and be excellent to each other.